Not mean to do that. Hold on, give me one moment. How are you doing, Witness of Christ?
I'm fine. Chilling.
I think my audio might be messed up.
No, it's fine.
Hold on, let me leave and join back really quick.
Hello again.
Yeah, I think my laptop might be messed up here because my audio is coming through my other screen.
Hear you fine.
That's alright though. What have you been up to?
Still doing the same thing, reading Bible and understanding from better and better. I'm growing my understanding of Christ. Let's put it this way. What's new on your side?
What'd you say?
What is new on your side? I told that I'm getting deeper in my understanding of Christ.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was about to research this. I don't know if you heard about it. I plan to research this guy. He's the Telegram founder, CEO, Pavel Durov. He got arrested. People are saying a lot of stuff about it, so I'm going to research that tomorrow. I've also been looking into a lot of these psyops here lately. I don't know if you know who like Jaronism is, and Jake the Asshole, and QNFE, and Austin Whitsitt, and all of them are. But
I don't know what's there. Maybe it's to research because it falls into the pattern of generally controlling speech and diminishing this free speech or collapse or wherever the elites can do that.
yeah. Now, there's this final experiment that's going to go on. I don't know if you ever heard of it before, but there's a massive deception here at hand. Massive deception. What'd you say?
Which specific deception are you talking about?
So, basically, the whole thing is a massive psyop, and it's a... So, what this is basically, according to the person doing this, his name is Will Duffy, he is going to go... He's not even going to go to Antarctica, but he's setting up a team of flat earthers and globe earthers. They're going to go to Antarctica, and they're going to see if there's a 24-hour sun, and if there is, that means that Earth is not flat, and if there isn't, that means that Earth... So if there is a 24-hour sun, that means Earth isn't flat, and if there isn't a 24-hour sun, that means Earth is flat. But that's not even the point, because none of that's true at all. And I'll tell you why. So there's been people who I've been watching, people like QNFE, Tomb of Elimination, and Jake the asshole. People like them who have went over the celestial data and have modeled it up and explained it perfectly on how there is a 24-hour sun. And so this guy named Zetetic Warrior, he goes on Jeranism's show. And Jeranism is a complete shill. He's a complete sellout to the Flat Earth group, because what he's doing, he's basically already pushing the globe Earth belief. So he's dumbing down and pushing 10 years of Flat Earth videos that he's been posting all down the drain, basically. So all of his work is going to be going away. And he posted on a Will Duffy video about, his comment went something like, oh, well, if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would definitely falsify the flat Earth, and would definitely, the globe would be correct. That's basically what he said. And Jake was exposing all of this. What'd you say?
Why do you care about flat Earth theory?
Why do I care about it?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, like, it's basically like the Kickstarter of my spiritual awakening, and it's basically like one of the biggest topics to me, because I don't know, it just is a part of that. I know a lot of people, they'll say, "Oh, I don't care about this. It doesn't really help me." But to me, it's like one of the biggest topics to me, because it's like, you know, it's God's creation, it's God's earth, and everything it just basically starts with that. It starts with people can't really accept that truth, and, you know, you might hear that we've been lied all about the, well, how do I say it? Like, we've been lied to about really a lot of things, practically everything. And it's really only when you know that, like, once you know that Earth is flat, you can kind of piece this together, because there's, especially in this year alone, there's a lot of psyops, and there's a lot of brainwashing going on. But
I would say it doesn't matter if Earth is flat or not. If you are moderate about these things, I would say that you're still asleep. These things are irrelevant. They are immature.
Well, I respect that, but even in the Bible, it's all about God's creation too. Like, for example, we have Jesus stepping on the serpent's head, which is to do with the sun's analemma and the magnetic field. It's basically a book about metaphysics, and you can only understand it if you know about the flat Earth creation. There's also there's many Bible verses. Like, you got the still waters, you got in Psalms, you got God creating the firmament, like God's handiwork creates the firmament, something like that.
Is about Christ. These things you mention are not even secondary, literally irrelevant.
Well, that's fine, dude. I don't see it that way, because all truth matters to me. Even like the Mandela effect, or, you know, just anything. But it's good that you're focusing on that. I will respect it.
What I mean is that if you don't know the real important truth, everything else is quite irrelevant. So you have to know Christ first.
Yeah. You know, I completely understand that, you know, Christianity. I was talking with Joe the other day that, you know, about Christianity, actually, and because I read the entire Bible from start to fin. Well, I started with the New Testament first, actually, and then I switched to the Old Testament and then read from there. But it took me like several months to read it because, at the time I was on like school and stuff and working, and that takes a lot of your time.
You were immature at the time.
What'd you say?
Bible is quite an adult. If you're a kid reading it, maybe you will not be able to understand it or feel it. For you to form a relationship with Bible and Christ, I would say you have to reach a certain stage of maturity.
Yeah, I agree. That's why, like, I was actually talking with a person today at work, and a person, this guy is a Christian, and he was talking about how a lot of Gen Z, they don't really have God in their life. I do find God an important figure. Jesus Christ is an important figure in history. You can tell that by the cathedrals and churches and stuff like that. It's not just like, it's obviously a important detail in life that many people nowadays are just skipping over, and they're not really on board. And this is why it is so important to look into this stuff. I know you say it's irrelevant, but like, we must open our mind and awaken our fellow man to see this stuff, Like if you always talk about Christ, that's a good thing. I like your message, and I do find that important. But we must also awaken our fellow man to that as well, by showing them how they're being psyoped, even if it's like through sports, or like, how sports are. People are so deceived by sports. It's all fake.
People are deceived by their own flesh, and they are worshipping their flesh instead of Christ.
Yeah. Exactly. I got it. I got my spiritual awakening early on, but a lot of people, they go through it later in life. But there's a massive deception going on, and I see a lot of the things in my day-to-day life. I kind of don't really care about what some of the people talk about. A lot of them just talk about mindless, meaningless stuff. That's why I'm just like trying to expose a lot of this deception going on, because from the Trump assassination to Trump assassination hoax to the I got it all labeled out here. I've researched it day in and day out. Like, let's see the time of events here. So, Kamala Harris calls Joe Biden. They use AI for the call. Yeah, that's pretty funny. A bunch of stuff. That was like a month ago. But I have a whole timeline of events here that I've researched. And there's a lot of deception going on. Like, I've been trying to get down to the bottom of it. Zionism. You know what that is?
Of course I do.
What's your view on it?
I think Zionism is something. The only place where people don't know what Zionism is United States of America and Ukraine. Everybody else in the world knows what it is. Because United States, together with Ukraine, are probably the most propagandized countries on the planet.
Yeah, my view on it is that, to me, there's no chosen race. There's just, the Jews. There was no J in Hebrew. Break it down. Take the J out. You got Ews, and then that sounds like use, as in YOUS. Use God within you, and that's the more esoteric. But the church will twist it and make you look to like a historical land, and that has been the sole cause of corruption and power that the I'm live streaming, so I don't know if it's right to say this, but I'll just say Jays. The evil Jays, they have gotten into this power hold of literally everyone in government. So now everyone in government is a pro Israel Zionist person, and they're all for Israel and the killing of thousands. And then Israel funds
Yeah.
Hamas. They funded
Well, you
Hamas.
guys on the West always end up on the side of genocide.
I'm not
Whether
for
that
any
is
genocide
Adolf,
whatsoever.
well, who gave money to Adolf Hitler for him to be able to rise to power?
I'm gonna restart my. Hold on. I wonder if I can restart my computer. I don't know why my audio's like this. Like I can
Okay,
barely.
Mike, I will take some rest. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
All right, witness of Christ. Have a nice night. I appreciate you coming in.
Just now. Take some rest. It was
That has been the sole Now, my stream, I'm streaming, but my audio from my computer, I don't know what's wrong with it. Like, it's being weird. Like, it's not coming out of my laptop. But I do have a second screen, but I can't hear you as good. And, Witness of Christ joined in, and he was talking. And so, yeah, I can't really hear that good, but I should be able to still hear you talk though.
I hear you.
But if I need you to repeat something, I'll say it. So I was just watching some Witsit. Witsit gets it. I have my eye on him. I keep telling you that because he's kind of making me like what's it called? Like I'm having I'm weary a little bit. Like I don't know how to feel about him too much because he's kind of slowly moving away from flat Earth. You know, like he used to talk all about it all the time. Now he's just like slowly moving away from it because of this 24-hour experiment. And like he used to talk all the time about it, but now he's just like moving away. And it's kind of weird. It's just weirding me out. And I was watching Jake's stream, and I don't know if you know who Zetetic Warrior is, but Zetetic Warrior, he was calling out Witsit and Dave Weiss because he did a debate with Jaren, and he's a shill. And Witsit did an interview with Will Duffy, and Witsit, at the end of his live stream, he was basically gaslighting his followers, like, "Oh, you guys should be so ashamed of yourself for calling everyone a shill. Like, what type of attitude is that? You guys should be so ashamed. That's so retarded. You guys think everyone's a shill?" Because they're seeing what Jaren's doing, basically, and what he's been doing, and chilling out for the flat Earth and moving to the globe.
Compromise, bro. You know? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they're all compromised, bro. They're all compromised, and you have to ask yourself what happens to these guys. It seems like a lot of them go down a certain rabbit hole, and then if something happens to them where they switch. So what is that happens to them?
What is it that happens to them?
What is it that happens to them? Are they guys that from the rip were plants that were promoting something, and then people follow them, and then they realize, hey, we're gonna make these guys switch. So now all their followers would say, well, if they're switching, I guess they were hardcore, so now we're gonna switch with them. Or have they been somehow blackmailed, or get one of these guys at a party, roofie them up, and all of a sudden they do something real crazy that they're not supposed to do, and now there's fucking camera footage of these guys doing some crazy shit, and now all of a sudden they switch they got them by the balls, you know? You don't know, dude. There's so much. Listen, man, there's so much stuff going on in this world, and who to trust and who not to trust is a fucking hard thing to decipher.
I agree.
It is hard, bro.
Yeah,
Hard.
Jake's view. So I was watching him. I was watching a live stream with. It was actually Zetetic Warrior, his live stream about the debate he did with Jaren. He had a copy.
What's his name?
Zetetic Warrior.
I don't know what that is. All right.
So he did a debate with Jaren, and Jake suspects that Jaren did a Bitcoin scam. Like he was scamming people of Bitcoin or something.
You want to take the asshole?
Yeah. And so now he's like, he got in trouble and he's working with like authorities, government, whatever. And this is basically like his punishment.
This is all it comes down to, dude. These guys get compromised, and they just switched it to him because they're pretty much like, yo, you're gonna do this or you're gonna do. But let me tell you this, dude. It all could be an act, dude. All these guys. I personally believe that certain people are protected, and they can't really fuck with them. I believe a lot of this is scare tactics. Well, if it happens to this guy, it could happen to me. Who gives a fuck? It's all a joke. It's all script. It's all a play to get you to fucking fear and just don't give in. Pretty much. It's funny, dude. It's funny. I went on a plane to Oklahoma, bro, and I never seen the type of clouds I seen in the fucking sky, dude, were unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, I've never seen like the chemtrails and the cloud seeding and the I thought at one point, dude, I was over in the United States. I thought I was over fucking Antarctica. How thick and crazy the clouds were looking. And I took a video of one of these planes up in the sky, how fast they're moving, dropping these trails, bro. This shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah, you always post
the amount of money that goes into that. Whew.
Yeah, I was watching Jake and Q Infy when they were on, and that's a whole rabbit hole. I'll tell you about that on that day. But they were basically they were talking about that. Jake and Q Infy were both talking about chemtrails, but Q Infy supposes that it's not poison, and Jake supposes that it is poison or something like that. Now, okay, so I donated. I told you about this. So I donated to Jake, and I was like, what do you think of Lindsay, Tomb of Illumination? And they both gave their response. I then made a video, sent it to Lindsay, and he made a video. He made like 3 response videos because Q and Fee made 2 response videos. So Lindsay made one, Q and Fee made another, or made one. Lindsay responded, then Q and Fee responded, and then Lindsay got the final message. He got the final one. And so basically my thing started a whole little drama between them.
Who you feel was right?
I was just about to lead into that. Thank you for reminding me. So Q and Fee brought up a lot of good points, but he was lying. He was lying about Lindsay, and I made a bunch of comments. If you want me to read them, I can. Like, because he was lying about him. He took away 99. So basically, what Q and Fee asked Lindsay was like, how does a 24-hour sun work in your model in Antarctica? He answered it in the video, and then Q and Fee completely switched over to he jumped over to a whole different topic, and he was like, oh, you're saying that. So basically what he switched over was the celestial data and what Lindsay was talking about, the 15 degree per hour motions, which they talk about that being like a globe point of view or a globe talking point, but really they're talking about the sun moving, the apparent sun that we see. That's basically what they're talking about. And then he gave all these data points about the stars moving in different degrees. I do agree with him there, since that's what the celestial data has, since he proved that with the celestial data. But at the same time, they're all going in a full day's rotation. But he lied about Lindsay, though, the entire time. I can read you my comment. And I was going back and forth with these people in the comment sections. So my comments. Okay, so here's what I say. I say, LOL, you took out 99% of his video, and everyone here has a bias to you because they see you debunked one little thing. But your question to Lindsay was, how does the 24-hour sun work? And you didn't show him telling you that, purposefully didn't show it. And you also didn't show how he was talking about how we view our own sun as well. Because apparently he also said something about that too when I was watching the stream. And so his only statements were, I'm not a glober, the speed is wrong for the rotation. I like you, and I say I like you, Q and Fee, but your subscribers can't think critically, and they should go watch what you said on the live stream on Jake's channel when I donated, and then watch Lindsay's video.
You guy that sounds funny?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like from another country, right?
Yeah. I can't remember which country, but yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah, he is pretty smart. And then I say, everyone here seems to suffer from cognitive dissonance. You didn't debunk the model. You didn't say the way the stars move is wrong, which was another talking point of yours. And he says, I've been doing that for years in the video. So it really only boils down to the degrees you showed were wrong and need updating. That's basically what he shifted to. And his response was, no need to show more than 1%. 1% breaks the chain, and this was just a warm-up. And then I respond, it's a long response, but and then Q and Fee responds to me, part 2 coming up. It's basic. I don't know if you want me to read that. I can if you want.
I get the gist of it, dude. You know, bro, let me tell you something. These guys spend so much time trying to figure out, like they're on like the same side essentially, just with different perspectives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they take so much time, just going against. Look, bro, I don't understand how these guys don't understand already, and this should be a pretty, like, I don't know what they're trying to prove here. Like, dude, listen, we're not on a globe. We're more or less in a flat piece of land, you know, however it's structured out. We're in a firmament. You know, there's a firmament above us. You spend so much time, like, trying to figure out and wake people up who are, like, not. Like, you're arguing with people that are in agreement with you with their theories. The main theory is, okay, we're not on a globe. There you go. That right there puts everyone on the same team. The next theory is we believe we're on a flat piece of land. There's a firmament overhead. All right, there you go. We'll put that all together. You're on the same team here. All this is making, like, more controversy between two people about who's right and who's wrong. It's like a spiritual ego contest. You know, who's right, who's wrong. Like, I've watched Jake the Asshole, right? I've watched him, like, threaten people, say he beat people up. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, shut the fuck up. Dude, you're a skinny. I like Jake the Asshole. But let me tell you something, dude. Like, he is a skinny little rat of a man who just is, like, gets aggressive at people for some reason. Like he just, what are you doing, bro? Like, shut up. Like, you're nothing. You're not fucking Hulk Hogan, dude. You're a little rat. Like, you're a little rat. I like you, but you're a little rat. Truth. He's not like a big tough guy. He's just aggressive, and I understand he gets viewers with his aggressiveness and his hostility. I can easily go on YouTube and rant and rave like a psychopath, and probably get viewers just off of saying crazy shit. Okay. The point of the matter is that you're going at people that are on the same team as you. And Jake seems to be going at a lot of people that are on the same team as him.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Stabley goes on, he calls him a shill. You know, other people, Lindsay, you know, he has an opinion about Lindsay. You know, Jake, you're not the only one who has their opinions. And this is what it all is, opinions. Get down to the nitty-gritty. What's the nitty-gritty? Okay, this is the nitty-gritty. I can break it down in fucking 2 seconds. We're born into a realm that's been highly hijacked and manipulated. Okay, all of our education has pretty much been fucking hand-fed us by the elites who fucking want us to pretty much, be dumbed down to fit their agenda. Okay, the globe is not a globe. That's apparent. Okay, so we pretty much have to start from scratch and go within to find the answers that we are looking for if we want answers to what's going on outside of us. That's it. Now, you're going against other people who are somewhat on your side because they have different theories, but they're still somewhat promoting your belief system. It's not the best thing to be doing. And honestly, what is it? It's ego screwed. This is all ego. Like, this is all ego. This is not spirituality. This is ego driven competitiveness with other people instead of everyone working together. It's corny, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're so right about that. I agree with that message right there, because we do, because what is it really doing, right? We're just going against each other now. There is shills that
divide and conquer amongst flat earthers, dude. Are you serious? Like, this is what it is. You got people now. You have the flat earthers battling it out over who's right. This is stupid. This is dumb. This is not what the divine wants, in my opinion. This is not what anyone wants. This is ridiculous. This is ego taking hold in another form of competition, and that's it. Whose theory is better? You know what I mean? Mine or his? None of this is important, dude. Jake, no one cared. I don't anyway. I don't care if Lindsay beats you or you beat Lindsay. At the end of the day, I'm after truth. And honestly, you guys, all of them, like they know what they're all doing. You compete with one another. Who's right? Who's wrong? Dude, this is the reason why the truth evades us so much, is because people are looking for the truth with ego. And I got news for you. A lot of these guys, the reason why the truth is evading them is because they have absolutely no idea what the fuck is going on. I believe this. People may believe. I'm probably more inside of Lindsay than I am Jake. Jake just thinks everything's rigged. So you don't ask yourself, why is everything rigged? Who's rigging everything? And what is being hidden? And when you get down to the nitty-gritty, what's being hidden is magic. It's magical. That's what's being hidden, you fucking dummy. It's magic. That's being hidden. Okay? The source of reality, okay, the true reality is a magical reality. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's a magical reality. And if they can't accept that, I don't know what to tell them. Because when you start talking about torus fields, and you start talking about, words and energies and vibrations, this is all magical from our physical reality that we have been presented. Now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just hate hearing him say he's going to beat people up, because I look at him, I'm like, I'm not out here fucking, dude, I'm a competitive guy, dude, but I'm not like I watch a guy like that, and I'm like, dude, what are you? My old self comes out, like me of 10 years ago, and I look at him and I go, bro, you're not really someone that should be saying you're gonna beat someone up, or you're pretty scrawny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that. It's weird to me. So my ego could come out, my old ego, him and be like, oh, this guy doesn't look tough. Why does he act like he's so tough? He'd probably get thrown a beating by some of those guys that he talks to, but it's his viewers like it. And I like Jake. I think he's I think he's pretty on point with a lot of his things. Everything is rigged. I agree with him on that. But he spreads a lot of hostility and a lot of hate and a lot of anger, when I believe the goal here is to spread love and positive vibes all throughout, and he doesn't do that.
Exactly.
No, man.
Yeah, he needs to be more on the spiritual path, not this hatred, egotistical, because that's what really, you gotta really just, what is it? You gotta just take a step back, see what's really going on, look behind the mask, because we all have this mask over us. It's our ego, but behind that is the soul. And your soul doesn't want that, because it just materializes you more into the world and doesn't liberate you to higher consciousness. They want you, just like what you and I and all these spiritual people, they want you vibrating at a lower consciousness all the time and sitting there at a low vibration wanting to fight people and all that stuff and being hostile. It's not good. But yeah, once again, I like Jake a lot, and I like that he exposes a lot of stuff. I have learned some stuff from him so far, from just you mentioning him and what he's doing with the live stream. And I do feel like he has a good message there, but he needs to, once again, that whole, like, he's going to beat people up. I totally agree with that. Like, he wouldn't really do anything, dude. I know that.
Man.
But yeah, that whole I just found it funny that my whole little donation started a little spiel between them.
Yeah, bro, it's just like anyone, these guys get somewhat big, dude, and then they fucking start to venture off on their own endeavors, and eventually the ego. You have to remember, the ego is a very split piece of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
It will find its way through the cracks, and these people, like people like Jake, doesn't think he has an ego. Guy's ego is astronomical. Thinks he's smarter than everybody. He makes fun of the people that he sees things better than. Think that's right? Like, should I go out here and make fun of Jake because I would bet that I see things more clear than he does? And I know I do. Like, without a doubt, I know I do. Jake sees things on surface level clear. He doesn't see things on a deeper level clear. He doesn't. That's why he doesn't know. I don't know why this is happening. All I know is it's rigged. This is rigged. This is fake. That's fake. Okay, that's cool. But what is your response to why it's all like this? What is going on behind the scenes? See, this is something he can't get his head around because he doesn't have. Because it takes him, just like he makes fun of his the sleepwalkers, the fucking bots, whatever he wants to call them. He makes fun of these people because they can't see that things are rigged. But there's another level to this, Jake. You know what I mean? And then the next level is, it's all fucking fake. It's all rigged. I question if you're rigged, dude. If you're just another guy that's on the other team that's just doing this to see who follows you, as a test to see who follows you instead of the other guys. It's all fucking a script, dude.
Yeah, if you can't even, it's like what I was saying in the comment with QNFI. Jake will go and defend this guy, but at the same time, he's sitting there lying about Lindsay. Because I've been watching Lindsay for years, dude. Years. And they got this misrepresentation because Lindsay went on to Jaronism's channel to talk about the 24-hour sun, which he purposefully made Lindsay look stupid because, they don't know his model or anything like that. So a person will see that and be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And Lindsay comes back and you got all these glow believers all of a sudden coming and watching him, and he literally just like put him in a spot where that was purposefully done to get people to like look away or make him look stupid, and he's been shadow banned too, so that's why Jake hasn't even heard of him. Hasn't ever heard of him. Ironically.
Heard of who?
Lindsay. Until Jaronism.
Yeah, dude, he ripped Brian Staveley. I've had my questions with Brian Staveley before. I've had my questions about him. I've had my questions about Jake. I don't really have a lot of questions about Jake. I think Jake's pretty legit. But he just says everything's fake. He doesn't really offer any insight to anything. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't offer any real views on why this is happening. He doesn't offer real views on what's behind the curtain. Who's pulling the puppet strings.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't offer that. He just don't. He just hostile. This is fake. This is in the news. This is fake. This is a cover-up. This is a psyop. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. I can do I want me to go on fucking on the news and fucking start making YouTube videos? I'll make fucking 5 videos a day like Jake does. And I know way more about football. I know way more about football than he does. And I'll break down fucking plays like he does in football and show you the plays that actually probably are. Because he has some plays that I don't feel are fixed. And I'll fucking break it down way better than he will. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing with him is, look, I give him some credit. Dude, he opened my eyes a little bit to some things. Right when I was going through my awakening, I came across him with the flat Earth, and I was like, this guy's interesting. So I give him some credit. I give credit, like, in a lot of ways, because he did open my eyes to a lot of things. I won't disregard him. But there's levels, bro. Eventually you get to a point where, what is this? Hold on. Discord has detected a new audio input named Brio 500. Do you want to switch to it? I don't know what the fuck that is, Brio 500. Oh no, that's my camera. Friggin' it's eventually you have to. All right, everything's rigged. We got that. Everything's scripted. Got that. Check. What's next? What's next, Jake? What do you think about God? What do you think about divine? What do you think about shifts going on? What do you think about the sun that's shining at a brighter, different hue? What do you think about the fact that the sun above us that's shining brighter is a little bit of a different hue than the one that's going down on the horizon? What do you feel about the fact that there's chemtrails all over the place? That the skies are littered with this. What do you feel about that? What about the fact that apple cider vinegar was bought out by Katy Perry, and then she gave the contract for apples to Bill Gates? What do you feel about the fact that fucking pretty much like you can go on and on. Like about, I think, what do you think about all these spiritual people that are coming out and giving all these different theories on this? He doesn't touch a lot of that about souls or spirits or God. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
He just stays with his rigged. Okay, everything's rigged, bro. Everything's rigged. What's next? Why is everything rigged, Jake? And then you make fun of Staveley, which about the Mandela effect. See, all these guys, let me tell you something, even Staveley. All this stuff is coming to light one way or the other. I don't really even give a lot of look. I'm not going to knock anyone for this because I don't know how true what I'm saying, what I'm about to say is. I don't know how many of these people are genuinely putting out this information, or how many of these people are putting out this information because they are hired as a psyop to put out this information because this information is coming out regardless, and they're just trying to do it so it could look like they did it, and then they get a following, and these people are actually promoted by the bad side. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, say a guy like Staveley. I'm just going to use him. Say Staveley comes out with he's talking about the Mandela effect. He's pushing it real hard, right? What if, the bad side says, listen, we need a guy out here to push this stuff. This guy Staveley knows that, we're going to have him push this stuff in, and he's going to get a big following, and people are going to start to realize that he, and he's going to look like a good guy. But the fact of the matter is he was hired to start pushing that stuff, so when all this stuff does come out, he's one of the go-to guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
But now he's a go-to guy in this shift. Think about this. He's a go-to guy in this divine shift, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the fucking problem. He's a go-to guy in the divine shift, but he's actually not a go-to guy. He was a hired psyop bad guy who is pushing something that was already coming out, and the elitist put him in place to push it, and now he has all these good... Dude, I see it in the spiritual groups all the time. I see people in the spiritual groups who are clearly not that spiritual or not that awake, but they pretend as if they are. You gotta figure it out. Now, I like Steve there. I'm not saying... I'm just using him as an example. I don't know if he's like that or think he's like that, but I question everybody, dude.
Yeah, I was actually... So... a dude in my Discord, we were just talking, you can see it in the chat, and so he was like, oh, okay, he was like, I talked to ACI, however you say that, you can get unbanned. And I was like, okay, I don't know how to. Says, 1 second. So I get into this group chat with both these mods, Oracle, Blood Moon, and ACI. And, I just feel like that they're just like, I literally called them out. I was like, you guys literally you seem like you conspired against me. Like, you guys just had like this Freemasonic secret society meeting in your Discord group chat, conspiring against me and only me to get rid of me. Because here's the thing, I would say something about Jesus or something like that, and they would say, hey, don't do that, put that in religion. I would be like, okay. Most of the time I didn't, because someone would come and reply to me, and they wouldn't say anything to that dude who was replying to me, and I would be like the only one who got in trouble. And I called that out, and Oracle Blood Moon was like, you just got to take our word for it. This isn't, we're not having a secret society meeting against you. That's not a secret society meeting. I was like, so you just want me to take your word for it? And then this person was like, okay, well, your appeal is, unfortunately, it's just going to be denied. I was like, okay. And I left the group chat. I just feel like that was a whole like thing about me, like just conspiring against me, and they're like puppet actors in this Discord that they created, like some feds or shills, whatever. Not truthers at all.
Yeah, dude, most of these people are not truthers, man. Like, dude, you plant seeds wherever you can, dude, and when it's like the flat Earth Discord, dude. You plant seeds where you can, and when these seeds are fucking, are pretty much hit with a lot of fucking, stonewalled, you pretty much know, dude. That flat Earth Discord is filled with gatekeepers, filled. You got guys that are 14 years old that articulate themselves like they're fucking 44. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. With fucking master's degrees in literature. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, this is not... Dude, I live in the real world. All the so-called real world that we've been presented. I'm a real person here, dude. I'm not some guy that's hired to come out and do anything. One thing I say about myself and my life is I'm here organically. From what I know, I don't remember about before my life here. Maybe I have to go. I got some, but as far as I know, I'm here. I came here, and my life has been like a journey to where I am now. I'm not like a fucking guy that is in flat Earth discords. Saying I'm 16 years old, articulating myself like a master's degree fucking literature student, and fucking writing about exposure on cameras and about all this stuff. Like, these guys know everything. You know what I mean? Like, they know everything. Like, everything you post, they know. It's the same thing. It's the same thing when you go at it with any of these guys. Why do you guys know all this stuff? I get very interested in it. Like, why do some of these... what are you doing with your lives? Some of you are in your fucking 20s. What do you... Like, even some people with, like, the flat earth stuff. Like, how do you know all this stuff? How do you figure this all out? Like, I don't know if you're just blessed with crazy high IQs or what it is. Like, I know what I bring to the table, but some of these guys and some of the stuff that they do, I'm like, bro, like, how are you able to research this stuff and live like a normal life in this society and bring this knowledge to the table? It doesn't add up to me. It don't.
Yeah, there's I told you about those guys in the modern day debate server. These guys have all accounts. They even a person admitted that to me. I asked this guy, his name is Max MXXD. I told you about him. I'm like, okay, so what do you believe in any conspiracy at all? He's like, I believe in the facts. And then I pressure him on again. He's like, oh, and then he's like talking about how he believes in verified information, and we know that can be wrong. I can give you examples about that, like COVID and stuff like that. Oh, the vaccine is so good, right? That's verified information from the government itself. The government promotes government approved stuff, saying, "Hey, this is good." They won't tell you it's bad. And so now he won't even speak to me. He won't even speak to me since I pressured him on about that. And I say the same thing to other people. I'm like, what's your view on the Mandela effect? And this guy is like a different dude. He's like, well, you have to pay me for my time. You have to pay me for an interview because my time is a precious or something like that. But he'll spend like all day in the flat Earth chat, dude, just talking and trolling. And people have called him out. Other flat earthers have called him out and called him a shill because he lies. They all lie. They all have a bunch of accounts that they get on, and you can tell too, dude. Like they probably have like hundreds of accounts.
Dude, that Challenger mission, was it the Challenger mission? Is that the one in the 80s where all the guys disappeared? Right? They all got killed. Is that what they said? Right?
I'm not familiar, but
I sent you a video, and they talk about that, how they tracked down all 7 of them, or one of them passed. Like one lady was a school teacher. They said they were all still alive. Like, I'm not saying that's true, but from his video I watched and this documentary presented, they seem to be alive. So if that is true, right? You know, if allegedly that's true, let's go off of the fact that these people know that this all happened. They are working normal jobs in this realm, knowing that they hoaxed something like that. Let me ask you this question. If these people are willing to do that, who are they? What do they know that we don't know? Think about it, bro. Think about it. Why would they fake something like that? Why would they do such a big hoax? Who are they? They're walking among us. They're living among us. Who are they? These are questions that should be answered. These are questions that should be. The flat Earth stuff is enough. The flat Earth stuff is done. Look, the flat Earth. Look, it's not a globe. I believe it to be flat. It could be something else. But anyone who's in the spiritual groups I'm in all the time, I tell them all the time. I said, you're not going to tell me you're really spiritually awake if you believe we're on a globe. You're not. You're not. You're missing something. I'm not going to say you're not spiritually awake. Maybe they haven't looked into it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But if you really do, like Santos Bonacci, dude, like you get to a certain point where you gotta accept, hey, bro, it's so crazy in this realm that we're on a flat realm. And then anyone that disagrees with that after doing their own studies and using their own discernment, yeah, dude, there's a chance that person might be it might be something going on, dude. It is what it is. And I know a lot of people like that. It's heavy duty programming, bro. Of years and years and years of programming.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Not only on the conscious mind, on the subconscious level. You know, but let me tell you something. When I talk to people about the Earth being, when I talk to people about the Earth being flat, I feel like a lot of people agree with me, dude. Even people who don't talk about it. My cousin the other day is not someone who is like into conspiracy theories. Really, she's pretty open-minded. And when I mentioned to her, I said, "What do you think?" She said, "I think it's flat." That's what she said to me.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe she said that. And then in the same area, I'm hanging out with these two. My cousin's doing arts and crafts with these two elderly people. One guy's 80, the other, his wife is 76, right? I mentioned the thing. I said, life's crazy. I said, yeah. I said, who would have thought that the cornucopia wouldn't be in the fruit aluminum anymore? They look at me. What do you mean? I said, you remember the cornucopia and fruit aluminum? They both looked at me. 80 years old, 76 years old. They go, yeah. I go, that's not there. It's never been there. They go, what do you mean? I was like, the cornucopia. I said, you know what that is, right? And the guy goes, yeah, the basket behind the fruit. And this is what he said to me. I said, that's never been there. My cousin goes, oh, yeah, you got to hear this. And I explained it to them. They were like, what the hell? And I named them a couple other ones. Christopher Reeves is now Christopher Reeves. Sally Fields is now Sally Field. You know, Black Tom Island, biggest explosion in U.S. history on our soil. You know what I mean? Right in my county where I live, dude. I never knew about this growing up, you know? But I got some, like, false memory that makes me think I might have learned about it. I remember hearing something hit the Statue of Liberty. I remember hearing that, and I don't remember it being a fucking explosion. But, dude, this is, like then I still get, like, a little memory lapse from, like, maybe I did learn about it, I feel like it would stand out. Other people I ask have absolutely no clue. Like, they never heard about it. Like, 90% of people. So, dude, you got to ask yourself, what's going on? What are we in? And then you come to the terms. We're in a fluid reality where there's timelines and merging timelines, and pretty much consciousness is running it. So I have a theory. You want to hear my theory on this? I'm a little caffeined up, so
yeah, go
don't
ahead.
mind me rant. So I got a theory here. Okay, I was thinking about this the other day when I was fucking just zoned out. So think about the Taurus field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about our aura. Think about all this energy that we carry around, right? So, I don't know why this makes sense to me, but it's some weird way I feel like this makes sense. So my consciousness, right, which at the end of the day I believe is a non-dual consciousness that is experienced in duality, and I feel like it's duality up until a certain point. Like maybe you have your soul and then you go back, but ultimately when you go back to the source, it becomes non-dual, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my dual consciousness, right, that's experiencing this, my consciousness is running simultaneous as a lot of other people's consciousnesses are running, okay? Now, the world that we're presented from the elites through our subconscious brainwashing, right, is almost being generated by our consciousness as a collective being brainwashed, fed these things, and we're producing this. Like our realities are being manifested through the subconscious brainwashing. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So from birth, I'm being fed this of how things are supposed to be, what the world is supposed to be like, how the world functions, all this stuff. So what happens is I'm participating in this fucking hijacked system, and my consciousness is participating because I've been taught that it's reality. So I don't question anything. So I believe it, right? So now your consciousness is being taught the same thing. And the next guy next to me, the consciousness, my neighbor's consciousness. So what happens is everyone's being mass manipulated except a select few, right? Who don't believe it from the rip. But let's be real, about 95 to 99% of people probably believe everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what happens is my field of consciousness is running into your field of consciousness right now through technology, right? So my consciousness is invading your consciousness is invading my consciousness, essentially, even though at the same time we're connected on some level. So what's happening is now is our consciousnesses are merging, and what's happening is the reality that we believe to be real is gaining some momentum. Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the more people that join in as a collective, okay, let's say we got a whole football stadium all thinking alike, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe reality will start to mold itself into what it actually is supposed to be, or into what the manifestation of our consciousness is seeking or is looking for. And it's ultimately truth. So what it's doing is what will happen is our consciousness eventually, I believe, is trying to peel back the layers of the nonsense, right? Of what society, like taxes, fucking rules that make no sense, fucking, 1% of the population owning 95% of the money, all this stuff, it's peeling back. So what I believe is happening is the more people that wake up, the consciousnesses as a collective combine and the reality shifts. Now this is the shift into the other timeline. This is the shift into real reality, and it's a manifestation, so to say, but the manifestation is more complicated than I'm just manifesting stuff on an individual level. Like, hey, I want a new car. Like people try to do that type of shit. I believe in manifesting emotions. So what happens is our consciousnesses are all combined. We're all going together, and the collective now is manifesting to lift the veil. Now, this is what the shift is all about. Because when the shift is happening, the veil is being lifted. More people are waking up. The consciousness are all waking up. And now they're all thinking on somewhat similar levels. And because they're thinking on similar levels, they're all fucking actually making a manifested change to reality. This is where I believe they hire these psyop actors like the Terrence Howards to actually impede on our projections on what we believe to be true. So you throw someone like Terrence Howard in there, and now they want you to worship Terrence Howard or Cat Williams or some of these other nobodies that are popping up out of nowhere promoting all this stuff because they feel like, hey, look, the veil is being lifted, but if we can get a couple of these fucking sewer rats inside of their fucking of their reality, they will accept them with open arms, and then we can fucking pretty much hijack that reality also. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I believe what it all comes down to is the collective consciousness realizing that they're collective, number one, and everyone getting together. And this is why I think reality is shifting and it's changing. You could see through the divine God. There's already the Mandela effects are happening everywhere. These are hints from the divine over and over and over. Like, look at this. This veil is being lifted. This is being happened. Everything's shifting. Now the question is, how many people are actually gonna? I feel like I'm talking to people who are waking up, but they don't know what's happening to them. Like they don't know how to describe it. They just feel like all of a sudden they got a little smarter. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I'm talking to people who I could talk to, and I could see that they're sensing something. But they don't know what they're sensing. It's like it's there for them, but they're not really. They just feel like, hey, I'm pretty smart. I can think deep. But are you thinking deep about the right things? And I'm noticing that with a couple people in particular. And I think in the long run here, this is what's going to continue to happen, dude. And what's going to happen is the collective consciousness, the sleeping giant, is going to wake up. And what's going to happen is the veil's going to be lifted, and the ultimate reality, you want to call it manifesting, you want to call it whatever you want, is going to end up fucking being presented. That's when the truth is going to unfold. And I have news for you. When that truth unfolds right in front of our eyes, I got a couple theories on what that could be. But I think a lot of people are going to be in for a fucking huge surprise.
Exactly. Yeah, once everyone realizes that, like when you are starting to realize that, it's just, putting two and two together and really just, like everyone likes, it's like those guys in the Dremora server. A lot of them, I feel like, are genuine, but they don't want their beliefs or opinions to be really messed with. They say they're open-minded, but they don't want their beliefs and opinions to be messed with because they say they're for the truth, but what I see is so much different. They don't want their opinions or beliefs messed with. Like, I'm for the truth as long as my beliefs don't get messed with. You got to be you got to cater to my own worldview with what I believe in for me to accept it. Like, part of me is just like, we got to really look past that, and we got to get to the bottom here. Because if we're stuck with beliefs, now we can have our own beliefs, whatever, right? We all have it, but we gotta really get to the bottom here and really awaken to a higher consciousness and unify together and see what's going on. Because just as you were talking about, we're shifting realities and people are becoming more higher consciousness and stuff like that.
It's all about higher consciousness. This is where people gotta start getting on board here, dude. Look, everything's rigged. We understand that it's rigged. You're on a script. It's hijacked. Okay, there's free will involved. It's hijacked. You know, the divine is that. The divine is here. The divine has always been here. Things are playing out the way they're playing out. The shift is happening. A lot of people are guided. I would assume everyone's guided to some form, depending on how much are you willing to be guided. How much are you surrendering to the higher power? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Your consciousness is. Listen, dude. If you're either gonna live in the delusion of what you thought was real, or you're gonna, do your best to surrender and follow the true path of spirit of the divine. And this is it. Like, this is the truth. Like, if you want to live on an individual level with individuality and ego and competitiveness and narcissism and materialism, then you're not looking to shift into the greater good for everyone. You're not. This is what it all is, dude. This is what it all is. It's all a rigged system designed to keep people seeking materials and dopamine hits by fucking external means instead of looking within themselves to raise their vibrations to a point that they can actually have full fulfillment, living in the now and the present without any type of hindrances from external sources. But until we learn to live like that, we are never gonna actually progress in this reality. We're not. And this is the key. Go within. Let the divine lead you. Go with the flow. Spread love, be love, vibe high. You turn on the news and you see that there's a big war going on, turn it off. Don't even think about it. These people fear mock our subconscious minds in order to keep us low. This is what it is.
Yeah, I was taking a walk today and I was just thinking about all this divine stuff. Lindsay made a video on Patreon and he was talking about this is something pretty awesome. He was let's see what he was talking about, the pyramids. And it was pretty cool what he was showing. He's starting to really expose a lot of the hidden knowledge and secrets that we've been kept. And so there's this pyramid called Teotihuacan. And if you look it up, they got this, there's a line in the middle, or at the very top. It's dark at the very top. And Lindsay was, I don't know how much you've watched them, but Lindsay always talks about, especially recently, about the sun's analemma. And he's kind of confused with the equinox and all that, but
the sun. What do you say? The sun's what?
The sun's analemma. He likes to talk about that. What'd you say?
Sun's analemma. What is that?
It's basically it's like a figure eight. The sun. If you were to take a picture every day of the sun at the same time, every single day, you would basically get this figure eight shape.
Okay.
And it's smaller at the top and bigger at the bottom. So basically, it looks like a foot. Just picture your foot. And so there's this spot, though, and between it, it looks like an X. And that's basically what this pyramid with that spot in the middle is representing, with this dark spot at Teotihuacan. And he was going over that, and I can send you this video too. It's pretty good. And he was also going over how it relates to this one Egyptian deity called Medjet. It looks like a ghost. And I was like, what? What is it just made me have a it was pretty divine stuff, because he was sitting there talking about a tree, and how this pyramid, if you were to like obviously split it in half, it would be like connected like a tree, and how it looks like this Medjed character. And if you look up this Medjed character, I looked it up, and I'll just read you what it says here. I'm just, so okay, so I know the name of that smiter, i.e., Medjed, among them who belongs to the house of Osiris, who shoots with his eyes, yet is unseen. The sky is encircled with the fiery blasts of his mouth, and Happy makes report, yet he is unseen. Now, Lindsay goes into this too. He talks about how this spot is basically like unseen. There's an unseen spot with this sun's antilimit, and we don't really notice it, and it's at that crossing point. And he likes to talk about how it's like declination. Now I don't know how true this is, but he says like there's no declination at that spot for like a day or so, or like 3 days or something like that. I don't know how true that is. I looked it up before, couldn't really find anything. But he's basically talking about how that's like equilibrium. And that's what like this figure is representing, this Medjed figure. And talking about unseen and stuff like that. And I'll read this. So, in these scrolls, talking about the Egyptian papyrus, Medjed is depicted as a dome with eyes supported by two human-like feet. A few scrolls also portray the deity with a red knotted belt above or below his eyes. There's a few scholars that have argued that Medjed's dome-like torso is either a shroud or a shapeless body that symbolizes the deity's imperceptible nature. Yeah, that's all I'll say. So it kind of almost reminds you of like our celestial sphere, almost too. Our metaphysical celestial sphere that you don't see the boundary because it's metaphysical. It's there as like your perspective, which kind of reminds me almost of this figure as well. So it can also relate to that.
Yeah, I look at the sun every day, man. I look at the sun every day. I thank the sun and the moon. I believe the sun and the moon are both, gifts from the divine. And this is how I look at it. Whether there's multiple suns or one sun, that we all have our own sun. You know what I mean? However, one wants to view whatever it is we're in here. But I will tell you this: we are in a what I would call a closed system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, the system that we're in, I'm trying to think of how to word this. We're not in a closed system as far as our souls or anything like that. I feel like we can go into dimensions. That's why some people look at astral project and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
But we are in a closed system as far as our reality is in something that we don't fully understand. Like this is, bro. For all we know, we're in the mind of God. You see what I mean?
Yeah, they actually.
And we are fractals of the mind of God experiencing this dream.
Yeah, they actually call that the Godhead in the Bible. Like, because if you look at the Taurus field, it would be like God's head, like the brain to the head.
Yeah, dude. There's so many possibilities and what it actually is compared to like dude, it's for all we know, everything represented is just it's just about going through the journey, waking up as much as we can, raising our consciousness, spreading love, being love, and just just really just going with the flow of life. Love. Too many of these, but what's starting to bother me is dude like Jake and Stavely and fucking Q and Feed. These guys are like, they're battling one another. They're on the same team, dude.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on the same team, what are you battling for?
Yeah, you get so caught up with you think everyone's a shill, and that's just not the case. Could they be?
Look, bro, you started a
Could they
YouTube channel. Evan and I started a YouTube channel, right? And I disagree with you about something, right? And someone asks me in my chat, they're like, "Yo, Joe, what do you think of what do you think of Leshua and his theories about the Taurus fields and about all this stuff he's talking about with esoteric symbolism relating to this and this?" And say I don't fully agree. Say I agree all of history is completely faked, and everything that we're presented is something that was placed there in this reality, so we have something to look back on, right? Let's say that. I would sit there and my answer would be something like this. I would say, Les was a real smart guy, and I don't agree with everything he says, but he makes some good points, and I respect a lot of his opinions. That's how I would leave it. I wouldn't fucking go and attack you knowing that you're on the same team as me.
Yeah, especially we've had I'm pretty sure we've disagreed about some stuff in the past with our.
Tons of things we disagree with, but the thing is with me is I'm never someone who I feel like I know what I know, and what I don't know I leave open for any possibility. Like I don't all the esoteric symbolism that you're into. I have my thoughts about so many things. It could be completely accurate, but I do leave open that fact that everything is just a plant in this reality to have something to look back on. I do sometimes ponder that, but it's not something that I run with and say that's a fact, because it could very well be the opposite. It could be that these things are remnants of a time that has passed, that there's some pretty much residue from like there's things that carvings, hieroglyphs, all that stuff, different things when different items when fucking archaeological items when things are dug up. I paintings. I could look at that the same way and say both things to me are feasible and possible. You know what I mean? So I don't put all my eggs in one basket and say I'm 100% sure about this or about that, because I don't know. So I learn along the way.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah,
but
you can't. Yeah, exactly.
The one thing I do know is that, the one thing I will say I know, there's a divine God. That divine God guides us, and there are beings. I believe there are good beings and bad beings. Now, I believe there are beings that are greedy and they want certain things for themselves, and I believe there are beings that are good, and I would say this is how it rolls. It's like there's this good and there's this bad, and I think that at the end of the day, the divine will win with love, because at the end of the day, the divine is the ultimate leader, the ultimate creator, and I feel like it's us. We're being led in this journey to awaken and to make the changes necessary with some assistance, to make these reality shifts, so it benefits all of humanity and all of the world,
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like. Look, man, you can disagree with all you want, but when you have people that are out there doing research or doing things out of love and out of truth, it doesn't matter if you disagree with them or not. You understand where they're coming from. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I don't listen, anyone that's doing like proper stuff and they have their beliefs and they're not hurting no one, and at the end, but everyone that's doing this research is aware that we're being tricked, correct?
Yeah.
So that's it. That's the biggest thing. We're being tricked. Our foods are poisoned, according to them. Our waters are fluoridic. Fucking our fucking toothpaste is fucked up. We have chemtrails being dropped on us. You know, food dyes that have chemicals in them. I mean, clothes that have different chemicals. You know, they don't want you to ground with nature, so they give you fucking shoes that are fucking super thick rubber soles. You know what I mean? They don't teach you about real history. They don't teach you about spirituality in school. They teach you pretty much just about stuff that they want you to learn that really you can't use. How much of what you've learned, besides maybe some math, can you use going into college? You know what I mean? Or even going into college, the same thing. It's just regurgitating the same shit. You're not really learning nothing. You know what I mean? You learn to read. You learn some math. Everything else is a wash.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, I can teach a kid. I can teach a kid about World War I, World War II, Civil War, Vietnam, Korea in a week. I could give them the ins and outs of these wars in a week, and they don't need fucking 12 years of recycling this.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I was actually talking with a coworker today, this morning, about that, and you know, I didn't really go too deep into it because I don't really do that at work. It's just not the time and moment because it's, you know, you get busy there. But you can have little conversations. But anyway, so I was having this conversation with him, and I was like, you know, because this guy's like 30 something, like almost 40 actually, and back then it might have been better. You know, it might have been a better time back then than compared to what we have today. And because he was going on about how like Gen Z, maybe even Gen X, maybe he was talking about that, how they don't really have God in their life anymore. So he's talking about like my generation and obviously like his and so on. And, you know, he was talking about how, like, you know, it's all just about, like, these rights, LGBTQ, you know, and silly deceptions like the feminist movement or something like that. Like how they want, like, women's rights when in actuality they just twist that in certain ways and just, they actually, like, completely corrupt your mind where, you know, and then you got these women who completely feel stupid because they wake up to this deception. They're like, this isn't leading me to the right place. They're just making me stupid. But
yeah,
I was going...
Dude, this shit ain't fun. Dude, man, this... Let me tell you, dude.
It's like...
This stuff is all...
It's like you make the women more like the men, and then they realize that's not their true nature. They actually want to be a woman and actually want to be who they truly are, but but it's just brainwashing. But what I wanted to tell you about and get to my point is about school. I was like, dude, I felt like a slave in school. Like, it's so bad in public schooling. If you were to look at it today, it's so bad. Like, what do children go home and do? They go and play fucking Fortnite or something? They go home, they don't read a book or even watch a good video or something like that. No, they just sit there like a zombie on the computer playing Fortnite, dude, or playing video games. And they are just godless, atheists. They're indoctrinated, and they're just a good tax-paying wage slave for the future. And, you know, society's going to fall that way. I don't like thinking that way. I don't like being down, and I want to be optimistic because of seeing people like you in your family and stuff like that.
I mean, I think dude, I think overall, dude, it's just about people lose themselves. The World Economic Forum said it. The days of God are over. Did they not? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that what they wrote?
Like,
I mean, the days of God are over.
Yeah, and someone, I can't remember his name, but yeah, it was like this. I don't know if he's Arab or what he is, but he was like, he also said something like, free will is over, like free will is done. He was in context to the microchip.
Yeah, this is what they. This is where I believe overall, dude, that people are completely indoctrinated to the point where they don't want you to have they do not want you to have free thought. They don't want you to have free will. They want you to believe that you are a nobody and that you are. See, they want to know what they are. You have to understand this. These people want themselves, the knowledge for themselves. They want themselves. They want to be able to understand that they are part of something bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't want you to know this. So what happens is they're dumbing you down while keeping all of the see. Let's just use this. And I don't think it works like this, but let's throw an imaginative theory out there, right? They understand that there's a divine power, right? And that divine power does not and I believe the divine knows this, but I'm just saying, let's go off something different. They know there's a divine power that's in everything, okay? They're using this divine power that's a creative power they're using it in a form of their own egos are being boosted, and they understand that the more people that wake up, the more of this divine power gets taken from them. Does that make sense? So what they're doing is they're dumbing everyone down, utilizing the divine power, and they're using the divine power for different manifestation techniques, different things going on, and they're doing this, and just pretty much what we are, we become down dumb little puppets. And the divine is always trying to communicate with us, right? But since these people are sort of using these, and it might not, like, who knows how many energies exist in this realm? It could be like there's a divine, like, love, and then you might have another like thing that they're working off of ego. So maybe there's another energy that is driving the ego, right? I don't know how it all goes. But I know in the song by Supertramp, Crime of the Century, it says, "Who are these men of lust, greed, and glory? Let's lift up the mask and let's see." And then it says, "Oh, that's not right. What's the story? But there's you and there's me." So that, to me, there's like a little subliminal message in there saying, "Yeah, what are we working with? What are we doing with the resources that we are given? What are we doing with the power that we are giving?" And what I believe is that these elites know something. Like, they're using this energy, this power that they're giving, and they're hiding it from us, and they're using it for themselves to excel in this realm. And what they're doing is, the more of us that wake up, the more of this we take. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
We reclaim our essence. We reclaim our divinity. We reclaim part of the fractal of God that's within us. Even though it's always there, we make it stronger. We feed it, because at the end of the day, God, the divine, has gifted us. So we're reclaiming it. But some of these people are. It's like, dude, it's like a gas. It's like gas. You have this gas. Very simple form. You have this gas. We all have cars. These people are filling up their tanks, and they're leaving us with the bare minimum to keep running. So what's happening is, during this shift, is that we are taking back fucking our powers. They don't want that. They don't want us to rise. They don't want to sleep. We are the sleeping giant. Now you're going to talk about all these people that are going to fucking come to the forefront and all of a sudden say, "Nah, I want my consciousness back. I'm not about being like this no more. I'm not sitting here dumbed down. I want my energy back." And you know what happens? Where that energy is coming from somewhere, know where it's coming from? These fucking beings out here that are harvesting it all, it's coming back to us. The more awake you become, Evan, the more you take from them. That's what I do. And I don't know if that makes sense, but it sort of makes sense to me.
Yeah, I was that reminds me of what Lindsay talks about, and I kind of think about this too. Like, there's a long history of like Knights Templars and them being killed, and I heard the other stories like these guys tried to influence and create and destroy society. So you got two narratives. It's kind of hard to figure out, but what I want to know, what I really, really would like to know, people like the ancient Egyptians, people like the Druids, or just these ancient cultures, I wonder, did they like kill them or something? Because I want to know that, because Lindsay talks about this too. He always theorizes that they've been killed off, and these rulers like of these divine bloodlines, slaughtered their own people, or just other people from other countries that are kings or whatever elites, killed the people who knew the knowledge or tortured them for the knowledge. And then like these people who were enlightened, I don't know if they come back and they are just brainwashed, or they grow up in the evil and they're born into the evil elite, so they become evil. And I really want to know that, because you just think about this information, they've hidden it so much. And the thing is, though, I get these clairvoyant downloads in my mind, and the recent one I got was, do you know how Lindsay talks about the two sun analemmas? Have you ever heard him talk about that before?
I have.
So he talks about these two sun analemmas. Basically, every man. Man, I'm gonna have to draw this out. I'm gonna stream on here, because I'm gonna have to just draw this out for you in order for you to see what I'm getting at. So there's a bunch of ways to look at this. I'm gonna just draw the torus field really quick. There's so many ways to look at this from what I'm seeing. So it's tropical gap. So in one sense, you got like a sun analemma over here, little sun analemma, and you got one over here too. So you got 2 feet, and they're both 8s. So you got one like this. Oops. No. So you got one like that. And then you got this gap in between. And then you got this. So you got these two sun analemmas, but it's infinite all over. The magnetic field is all over, but we're just talking about like your zenith, your alignment, and what you would see. You don't see the second one, but if you could come out, you would see the second one, or infinite. It's a hard talking point to explain because we live in a dual system, but we can just imagine just one perspective right now. So you also have this, as well. So you got man standing 90 degrees to zenith. He sees, how would this be? So he has his son Analemma. And then you got the southern sky rotation and this. So you got these two, I forgot where I was going to, but you got these two sun analemmas, and I completely forgot where I was going to go with this, dude, but I think there's I don't know where I was going to go with this. I think I was going to talk about like a alignment or something. You got like this alignment in the heavens of these two analemmas that Lindsay likes to talk about, and it's like spiritual rebirth. But I forgot where I was going to go with it. It was something so divine and stuff like that, but I forgot where I was going to go with it because I just spent so much time thinking about like drawing it up. So I'm sorry, Joe.
That's what we were talking about. We were talking about like how I was told, maybe what I was saying is about how the energy that they I used the gas tank analogy, like we're taking back a lot of the energy that they don't want us to have. Does that have anything to do with that?
Oh, I think I know where I was gonna go. Yeah, that was a good, like. So there's like, I'll just expand on this alignment since I've showed you this before, I think, and this is basically like what the sun analemma looks like. Now, I don't know how the ancient Egyptians knew this because they got like these two boats, and I had this on my profile on Facebook. They got these two boats here, and it's basically a solar boat. So they got these two like this, and they got like little guys in them like this because they're basically showing this I think I know what I was gonna say now. So Jesus stepping on the serpent's head, stepping on the serpent's head. The serpent is represented as the magnetic field energy, and Lindsay talks about this. So the magnetic field goes over like this, and then he talks about how it goes over like this to the other side. Now, the foot would be like Jesus's foot, and it's stepping on like this magnetic field energy down here. Does that make sense from like a metaphysics point of view? People like to take it literally, and you might even see those movies with Jesus stepping on the serpent's head. But basically, it's like this. It's like you got these two sun analemmas, and they're stepping on this magnetic field energy. Like if you could imagine it like this, with the two sun animals like this, Jesus's foot stepping on the serpent.
You keep seeing those serpents. How much does that would have to do with reptilians? I'm just curious about that.
In the Bible?
Huh? Yeah, like I seen some lady on my fucking TikTok or something rant today about like reptilians, dude. It was pretty interesting.
That's it. Yeah, that's something completely. Yeah, that would be like, I've heard about. Yeah. So basically, in the Bible, I separate that because when we're talking about the Bible, I usually look at it from a metaphysics point of view, but reptilians, I kind of look at that as like evil, like these evil, otherworldly entities, or just some other entity that is in this realm that we haven't been exposed to, or maybe it's like a hybrid, like a bastard hybrid or something that the elites created.
Yeah, I don't know if they're hybrid or if they're here for a long time. You know, and this is like because we don't really. I don't know how much we know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. But whenever it's talking about like the serpent in the Bible, or you'll hear just anything to do with the snake or something like that, that's basically it's talking about electromagnetic energy. You'll see it on the Baphomet. You'll see it on like hieroglyphs in Egypt. They also depict it as like a dragon. They also depict it as what's the sea monster called in the Bible? I forget the name of it, but there's some sort of Leviathan. That's what it's called. They depict the Milky Way as Leviathan. That's what it's really representing, and it can also be the magnetic field energy as well. Poseidon in I think Greek. I think it's Greek, or yeah, I think it's Greek. Poseidon, the archetype or god Poseidon is representing that too. It's representing, like, if you look up what Poseidon represents, I'll look it up. What does, and I wrote about this in a book I wrote. Represent. So, god of the sea, earthquakes, storms, and horses. And we can get into that too. Floods and destruction. Now, it says he's the creator of the sea. And that kind of reminds me of like this counter space and water, as in the waters above the firmament or the dome, and being outside, and that the water outside the firmament. That's kind of like what this is reminding me of. And Poseidon holds this trident, which in Hindu is the Trishula, and that's representing the Kundalini rising, these two serpents going around the pole of your spine. You also have, like, in the horses, to me, that would represent, and they talk about this in the Hermetica as like the sun being driven by a chariot, or like a chariot. And it's basically to do with like that magnetic field. And that's what the horses are here, to me, what they would represent. And if you look up like a Pharaoh cell, they can even like be like that too, if you were to compare them, kind of, these chariot.
Yeah, it's all.
I mean, if you have something different, I can. I'll be.
Who's that with the staff?
Poseidon, this person.
Okay.
Yeah, they also have something called the sea monster in Japan. They got, I think that's just a sea monster. So, and that's representing the same thing too. So they got all. So a bunch of religions have this same parallel, ongoing thing of what this energy is representing. This electromagnetic energy. And Lindsay, he goes into earthquakes, and he talks about how the stars move, so they drift, but they also do a circle. So imagine a drift, but at the same time you got the rotation. And he says the stars basically do this throughout the year. So you got this drift. It's going this way to east to west like this, but you also have it going like this if you were to do star trails. Now, it came to me, if this is true and what he's talking about. I've asked other people. This is just speculation, but he says that the southern hemisphere stars go under as an overlay, in the Bible they represent it to him as earthquakes. That's what he takes it as, and he's obviously referring to the spiritual, the two Milky Way alignments. But what he shows, and it took me a long time to figure out what he's explaining, but he says the stars go like this. So you got you got southern hemisphere, tropical gap, northern hemisphere. So he says like the stars go like this throughout the year. Because they're moving this way to that's east, west, whatever. So we'll just say east to west. So they're moving in this easterly circle, clockwise in the south, counterclockwise in the north. And so you got this stars going this way, but in your own rotation, they go in circles like this. Put that together, you got them doing that, and he says the magnetic field in the south is following the north, and as the north goes up for the summer, it's getting tucked down into here. This because it doesn't cross it as it doesn't cross it in this perspective, but it's obviously all back in counter space, so it's all back in here. And so from an overall view, it's going around like this, if you could see it from an overall view. But from when you break it down, you have it doesn't pass here, if that makes sense. If I'm making sense, it's a lot. I don't know if this makes any sense to you.
Yeah, I mean, a rotation of the stars. I mean, it's how the stars move in the firmament. You know, as part of the firmament. Some people, Bonacci say the firmament's what, ether? Is that what he said?
I would take it as the ether. Yeah, I can see it.
So if that's the case, then it's really just fucking. I mean, it moves. Dude, you know what it is, dude? You're trying to figure out something that's so like mystical.
Like as you see. Sorry to cut you off. You can go.
What? Listen.
So as you can see, imagine these as like, I think a better representation is, let me pull this up. Let me see, physics. Here we go. I think this would be. Yeah, it's basically like this. So the stars, they don't cross this tropical region. He calls it tropical gap because there's a gap in between here. But so as the stars, he says that they're following the magnetic field and they're going up. So they're doing this spin and they're going up to this overlay. So they basically like go down like subduction. And as you see on like the Pharaoh cell, doesn't cross here at all. Same with the north, it doesn't cross. That's like the stars are all on that magnetic field line everywhere. And they don't cross. And the stars, as they follow the ecliptic plane to go up, they don't cross. They actually overlay. And I'm assuming they would come out like, it's like have you ever heard of like Pac-Man Earth theory? They would like come out the other end. So they like just go down and then they come out the other end like that. From what I'm getting at here. Look at all this stuff.
What?
But yeah, it's pretty interesting. That could be.
What is that supposed to be?
I don't know if you were here. I don't know if you were AFK.
All this, I was here the whole time. All this to me looks like vibrational sound frequency, graphics. That's what they like. If you ever see that guy? What's his name? Something Moto. He the Chinese guy who does the water and the sound frequencies.
Yeah.
You ever seen that?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me.
Did you hear me when I was talking about the Pac-Man Earth theory?
Pac-Man Earth. No, I might have blanked out for that one. What'd you say?
Yeah, so basically as I was like describing how like if Lindsay, what he's saying is true, how the stars in the south follow the magnetic or the ecliptic plane magnetic field to go up and to the north as the yearly seasonal progression changes, seasonal change. These would basically, these stars on the magnetic field lines that we see on, they would go up here, and as you would see them in the day, as you're set down to the west, and so on. They would go up to here, and I think they would go like it's like Pac-Man. Like they go up here since they're following the north, or yeah, the magnetic field in counter space in the north. They follow that. They go up here, and since it's like shorter, it has nowhere to go. It just goes and pops out at the other end over here.
So what's that? So how would you think that happens? Would it hit some type of vortex or something?
Yeah, basically like it's just like a recycle. Let's look up. I have something I can show. Oh no, I don't want that. I have it up here. Let's see. Take me a minute to scroll up, but I have it. This will probably be a little bit better of an explanation. Just need to scroll up. Yeah. As you can see, the magnetic field, this guy who made it, Victor Schauberger, he found free energy, obviously, but this is what I'm trying to basically get at with this like Pac-Man stuff that's going on, weird stuff with the stars. As they follow the north, they would go and basically like they would come to a point and then like just completely just go on the other end and pop out the other end. Like this.
Yeah, I mean, how do they pop? How are you using that to describe them popping out the other end? In order for them to pop out the other end, something magical. They'd have to be like beam me up, Scotty type stuff. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I would assume it's to do with the magnetic field lines. Now, this is assuming Lindsay is true, so just take what I'm saying as like
we don't.
theory.
This is where I go back to it. You see, we understand that the realm we're in is not presented as to be. Everything else that is theorized without the science to back it up, because the science that we are taught to back it up, I don't know if we have the right science in place. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So for us, like you saying, like something like hits an edge and then it appears somewhere else. That's magic. That's magical. I mean, something that's a science we haven't been taught yet. That's almost like what is it? That's like when one atom is separated from another atom, or they're divided and they're separated, but they interact with each other across the world. You ever heard about that?
Yeah, I think I've heard. Yeah, so, I was hearing something about that today.
Yeah, so pretty much what that is like something like that. It's like things interacting with one another. That's a science that's very new to us. You know what I mean? That'll be the new stuff we're learning once this shift takes place. And we start to realize actually a little more about the realm than we're presented now. To me, that's like almost when they say Bermuda Triangle is this place where ships and planes disappear a lot because or the Philadelphia experiment where something goes into this time warp and appears 3 hours later at a place that it couldn't possibly be. To me, what you're showing there is something being one place and going to another place. It's almost like an instantaneous, switch of location. Mm-hmm. And however that works.
Because I was hearing about I know Earth is flat. I mean, but I would hear like I'm open minded. I heard this like concave Earth there, and he was talking about like Pac-Man Earth there. I thought that was so silly, but like with the torus field and like everything, like it just made me consider it right there and how I was thinking about this stuff. Because yeah, we see everything from a microcosmic point of view, so it would just look like, it would just get projected onto our little celestial dome, metaphysical sphere or metaphysical dome, whatever, and we would just see it as like a rotation. But from an overall macrocosmic point of view, it would like do this Pac-Man stuff. If Lindsay's right about what he's saying.
He could be. Yeah, he could have insight about something. You know, everyone's a little different, tuned in differently. Here to deliver messages. You know, different. They have their different gifts. You know, it could be right.
Hopefully,
I just go to saying that the fact of the matter is that we know we're being tricked, and this is a fact. You know, once people accept that, then people can start to work together to uncover truths, right?
yes. Lindsay also likes. Now I looked it up. He talks about the claustrum, and he says it's an overlay. I even looked it up. Like yesterday, and I was trying to find what he was talking about because in his Patreon, I'll just show you. Let's see, was it this video? Yeah. So he says this is like to do with the claustrum right here in this overlay. Now, I tried looking for this. I don't know if maybe you can find it sometime or something if you ever look this up, but I couldn't find it. So I don't know. I think I'd have to message him and be like, "Hey, Lindsay, can you send me this?"
So what is he trying to say about the claustrum? The claustrum is a thin. It's pretty much between the certain brain areas, right? Correct.
He's basically describing this overlay with the stars and with the human brain, how it from a microcosmic point of view in the human brain, he's saying like the claustrum, it has these flaps, these overlaying flaps, but the macrocosmic is the stars, the overlaying of the southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere stars.
So he's pretty much trying to say that the firmament is our brains are designed off the base of the firmament.
Yeah, it's like how we're a reflection of the world. It's basically how it parallels with man's spiritual rebirth. I tried to look for the claustrum overlay with what he was talking about. I couldn't find it though. So I don't know what he was really like. All these pictures, they don't show this. They don't show this stuff right here. I was trying to find it earlier. I can't really find it.
What are you looking for exactly, though?
Like this image right here. Because he basically he has it like this. So he has it. I'll just draw it. So he has it like this. So he has like one circle right here, and then he has this, and then he has this.
Okay, and you're looking for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to find something.
Maybe what would it have? Like, how would overlay of what?
He's basically saying this is from he says this is a claustrum apparently. He's saying that you got these two overlaying flaps of skin, and he was relating it to man's spiritual rebirth, because he's saying that this claustrum tears and blood starts bleeding, and that's like man's one-off event of losing his virginity spiritually without a woman. And he was also relating that to what the stars do with what I was describing just a little bit ago.
He said, "Man, make that again about the virginity."
Yeah, so he was he's talking about how when you have this spiritual rebirth, the claustrum opens up and it bleeds.
Okay.
I don't know how true this is. I don't even know if it's true, but he's saying this bleeds, and this is man losing his virginity without a woman. Like it's a spiritual thing. So you lose your virginity with no woman.
Okay.
It's just basically a spiritual thing. It says that in the Bible, like Jesus born, or no, I forget how the verse goes, but being born not of a woman or something like that.
So what are you looking for? You're just looking for the anatomy picture of the flat?
Yeah, I'm just like trying to look for this exact image because he was talking about this. I don't know where he got this from. I really don't know where he got this from, but
It's bothering you because now you're trying to verify it?
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm pretty good with anatomy. I'm a fucking hypochondriac, so I'm always... Let's see here.
Yeah, it just bothers me because I'm like, dude, because I really want to know if it's like, I don't want to believe he's just making it up because usually he's pretty good at, well, yeah, just doing my own research, trying to figure out what's going on here.
Alright, so the claustrum is in between certain pieces of the brain, right?
Yes. It's the claustrum. Oh. Well, it's a good thing I'm not showing this on YouTube.
What? Brain fucking anatomy?
Yeah, I don't know if that's... The view he's giving you is a view from like the side, I believe, correct? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. This is the closest to what I guess looks like it, but I don't know if this is correct or not.
Yeah, I sent you some. So they aren't exactly circular, but this is what I think this is what he's trying to show you. If you see how they're divided, and he has one on top, one underneath, ventral claustrum and the dorsal claustrum. Do you see that? I texted to you.
Yeah, I see it.
Because from these views, they're all from above, like the brain. If you were looking down at the brain, that's if you're looking at the side. Um, it's above also.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I definitely. I might ask him. Like, I'm gonna ask him in his chat and see what he responds with.
Yeah, I think that image I sent you. I think the classroom from the side is in between. You're seeing like in the canal, but it's probably a little longer, so it probably sits on top of each other. I'm looking right now though. You see this? The classroom is this right here.
Alright, I just asked him, so we'll see if he responds. Like, he usually responds, like, within a day or so. I said, hey, Lindsay, could you send the classroom photos or images with what you were describing about man's spiritual rebirth with the skin overlapping? You'll know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard to describe or hard to try to look this up with what Lindsay's showing. So hopefully he'll send an image and not just be like, "Oh, you just have to believe me." If he says that, then yeah, he's obviously I'm gonna question him and be like, he's probably lying.
Yeah, I'm watching a guy on YouTube now, dude. He's talking about like how he heals from and I believe in the body being able to heal with the power of the soul, the divine, spiritual healing, mental healing. Like I believe mind and body go hand in hand. You know, um, spiritual powers. Everything it works into play here. And I was watching a guy. He gives a lot of half truths. You get a lot of half truths the guy presents, and then he says certain things that I'm like, you know what? This guy gives so many half truths, but he's so convincing, and it's so like good what he's saying. But there's so many half truths that he's presenting that it's like, holy shit, man. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Be very careful with a lot of these guys, man, because you just don't know what they're giving.
Yeah, I love Lindsay and what he's posted, but if he does that, I'm gonna start being like, "Come on, Lindsay."
The one is he's not really big. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's sort of like he has no reason to really lie, but he's just saying something from the. Where did he get this knowledge from? That's the only thing,
Yeah, a lot of it's just like sometimes it blows my mind with what he finds because I do feel like he does have like same with me. I get like these clairvoyant downloads. I try to explain it because this is basically intuition. This is like knowledge that I didn't research or look up. It just came to me. For example, I've like what I just talked about with like Jesus's foot described as like the sun's analemma stepping on the serpent's head. I also had like this clairvoyant download in my mind, about Baal and how that relates to human sacrifice, as in growing up through time. I don't know if I explained that to you. I also had this clairvoyant download about Easter and why they have the bunny rabbit and the egg and all that stuff, because that's a rich tradition right there. I think there was another one, but I can't remember it. I also had like this one dream. I posted it in the chat, and I have it on YouTube. It was like almost like a near death experience dream. It was a near death experience in a dream. I basically died, but it was like it was more like a sort of like a spiritual thing, like a ego death, or like to help me somehow, like to give me a dream about death not being scary, or like don't worry about too much about this thing because there's bigger fish to fry, or something like that. I'll never forget that dream too, dude. That was one of the best.
The dream was giving you a download of what would you say though?
At the time, with work and stuff, just like 2 months ago, I was pissed off at management and what they were doing, and it kind of just it humbled me a little bit. Like, hey, don't worry about this too much. It's just like, you're all right. It'll be all right. Just continue on. Don't let this get to you. Don't let it affect you. That's basically what I got from it. Because stuff like that, it'll. I hate thinking about it, and I don't think about it too much, but if you like, work can take up a part of your mind and mess with you. At least for me.
What do you mean, like mess with you? Like what? What if you're dreaming?
No, just like sometimes, like I'll be taking a walk and I'll just be like, it's like I have these demons, these demons coming over and trying to mess with me and make me mad about work, and I'm not at work, and I'm just taking a walk out of nature.
You're getting like these people's actions towards you, or is like pop up in your mind and it aggravates you, throws you off.
Yeah. So that's just like what that dream I felt like was about, at least to me, from what I interpreted as. It was pretty cool, because I wasn't like scared of death or anything. Like I was dead, and in this dream it was funny because I was fighting people, and I interpreted that as fighting my lower nature, and then I got killed off, as in killed off not physically, but in this dream it was also symbolic, because I was killed off physically, but I was like still there, and I had like this ego death, and I was experiencing this higher realm. Like I could see, like I was in like another dimension, obviously, like in the astral or whatever, and I could see obviously my like family members, and it was kind of pretty interesting. It was almost like a message from God, a message from the divine. It was, and I went and had a talk with my grandma about this too, and she thought, I guess, it was like horrible because of dying, but it wasn't like I was killed as in like being slaughtered or murdered or something. No, it was like think about a near-death experience and how divine it can be to some people. It was like that to me. That's just the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of dreams that are significant. Make me learn things, you know what I mean?
Yes. I'm gonna read this tomorrow. I'm gonna read this Secrets of the Pyramid, so I hope it's pretty good. I put it in. If you ever want to read, if I find stuff that I feel like is good, I made a research PDFs, so I put it in there. If you want to read it, I'm gonna read it tomorrow. Secrets of the Pyramid, and I also have the Pyramid Code. I haven't read it, but it's been in my folder for like 2 months. Because, I procrastinate a lot. Literally, I try not to, but, you just, with work and stuff, it's easy to. But I'm also going to be researching that hoax or psyop of this Telegram finder getting arrested. I doubt he's going to go to jail, though.
Yeah, Telegram seems like it, like they don't want things like that out there, dude. That's one thing,
Yeah, I understand that.
But once again, dude, it's all in your face. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Do you think Telegram could be like any social media? Like it could be like a tracking app, or like it could just be used to just track your behavior as well? Or do you think it's something else and it's just good for like free speech? Because I see it, because Elon Musk, he like came out and he's like, oh, free Durov, and the conservatives are like, oh, this is an attack against free speech. And it's like what you said. They're like trying to control your behavior. And they even said that in the World Economic Forum, too. That Larry Fink guy, BlackRock CEO.
Yeah, I think everything, dude. I think that like everything that they do, they show you, and they show. You know what it is, dude? I almost said they have to show you. Like they're showing you again. Listen, your privacy means nothing. We don't want you to have it. This is a way that we can show you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have. There's a guy on YouTube called Wake Up. What's his name? Wake Up Call. He used to go by. He goes also by A Call for an Uprising, and he's really like outside of it. Like he exposes a lot of the outside stuff. Like for example, this social security scam psyop. When that was going on like a week ago. Now I don't even think you hear anything about it. They were like, oh, 2.9 million people social security numbers or 2.9 billion people, their social security numbers got hacked and leaked. And I got sent something in the mail about it too, like, oh, your information could have got stolen and we're so sorry if anything happened to you. And he was basically going into how this is like a psyop into getting you to take to get like a RFID, no, not RFID, to just basically get like a chip to get the.
This is a masonry. This is the masonry thing about the colostrum. And it's fucking pretty nuts, pretty much what they're talking about, dude. I'm gonna send you this article. I didn't read the whole thing, but I went down to the bottom. It's talking about like pretty insane like stuff. I went to the bottom. It's talking about Scottish made. It's all about the colostrum and the oil, and proves that Jesus Christ did not. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'll read this. I'll have to.
It's pretty interesting. It's pretty long. I read like a little bit of it, but it looks like something you'd be interested in.
Oh wow, yeah. This is like a whole. Wow. Yeah, I'll say I'll put this, save this, and I'll read that. It's pretty funny how
Yeah.
they just go into say. I
Huh?
mean, the claustrum. Yeah, there are sacred teachings about the human body and how it relates to the stars and in the human body, because we're a reflection of the cosmos, basically. And you got and the whole and the Bible is also a there's a bunch of sciences in it. There's you got a astrology science, you got a anatomy science, you got
You ever heard that everything is a copy of something bigger?
I've heard things like that. I've heard similar anagrams.
I remember someone. I seen someone break it down. It's like this is just this in a smaller version, or this is just this in a bigger version. But everything is like what's that spiral? What's it called? Fibonacci. What is that?
The Fibonacci, the golden ratio, fractal.
Yeah. So if you look at like they find that sequence that like in a lot of different things, even in your year. You know what I mean? They say that there's a lot of they say you can find a lot of when something works, right? That you can find it in like smaller scales. So you have it on a bigger scale, a smaller scale, a smaller scale, a smaller scale, or you go the other way. It's worked on a smaller scale, so they go up a scale. They go, however it is, right? So what we're saying is like about like everything is connected. That essentially are you could look at it and say that you know you know everything can be very similar. As far as the way it goes. You know what I mean? You talk about the God head, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So if everything is just a smaller version of something, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's I've seen someone talk about it. I don't want to butcher the fucking theory they had, but it was interesting. That Fibonacci fucking thing. They say that's a lot of different things. I think it's snails, our ears, certain other like certain things. Like you can see this hair follicles, like where like someone's like where if someone has like a callus or something where the hair starts to grow, you'll see that same thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I remember watching a thing on it, and they were just talking about how all these this pattern is always prevalent and always appears in a lot of different things. So you never know, dude. How like me personally, I believe the firmament is I believe the firmament to be some type of energy field that is made of something that's almost impenetrable, and I believe that a lot of things up there are energy. Like a lot of things that we consider planets are actually energy / frequency portals, right?
Yeah.
I believe it goes into astrology and other things, and I believe we don't understand. I believe the real science is about everything that's sort of been like diminished from our consciousness. So we're meant to believe that they're big rocks in the sky floating around. That's what they really want you to believe. Think about that.
Yeah, which is just silly and like it's just so false because how do rocks get in the sky? How are rocks floating in the sky, dude? Rocks are on Earth.
If astrology is real, let's say it's like they say it's one of the oldest sciences. If astrology proves to be real, that means if you go off of and you live by the sign, and a lot of people do. Here's the fucked up thing: a lot of these astrologers, they do believe the Earth is round. They do believe the planets are just that planets. That and this is the weird thing to me. astrologer and you believe that, right? Is there something to you saying, how are these rocks in the sky generating these personalities, these energies, these like giving people these different types of characteristics? You know what I mean? How is this working? You know?
Right.
And like it almost to me would be like, yeah, it's not really making a lot of sense. I know it almost makes me feel like, dude, I'm not gonna bullshit. It makes me almost feel like I'm in a script, and you know, it's me and maybe a couple few actors. I'm not gonna say actors. It's me and a couple few other people that aren't aware that they're in the script. It does sometimes. Cause I watch these guys. I'm like, you're gonna tell me you're an astrologer? You have 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, and you don't, and you really believe that? You believe that's what you believe wholeheartedly? You believe that all these are just old planets that are just sitting up there, and that's what's determining all this? You don't believe that there's some type of energy, like vortex, or I don't want to use the word vortex, energy frequency, you know, like, you know, whatever they are, fucking energy frequency beings, or you know, they're obviously alive in some form, right? They're alive, and they're moving around up there. You know, these portals or whatever they are that are giving energy to this realm in some way. So, if like, do you not think that like it's weird to me? Like, do you not think that this is like that these energy things are almost like different nodes that are like next to each other, and depending on where they are, and when someone comes out the womb, or when so let's say you know, someone comes out of the womb and their soul or whatnot is transferred at that moment, or when the soul first takes its first breath, it's energy now. It depending on where, this is how it all comes to be. I don't know, but when you tell me that you believe that this is all happened based off just rocks, just planets that don't have no inhabitants, no more coordinates. You know what I mean? That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, dude.
Yeah, I would say
it's weird to me.
Yeah, I would say to you, like, yeah, from your point of view, I would just say they're lying.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's exactly what I would say. Like, and let me tell you something, dude. I read about astrology. Santos Bonacci, this is why I have so much respect for him. Because Santos Bonacci believes in astrology based off the firmament. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he believes in astrology based off the firmament, based off of these planets being something other than, I forget what he says he thinks they are. I think he said the same thing. I think he believed they were like energy, frequency, like portals or something. I think he said something like that. I think that's what he believes.
Yeah, in the one video you sent, I think he goes into that too.
Yeah, so that's what he believes they are. And the thing with me is like when I'm sitting there, and these people have 300,000 subscribers, and they're talking about, oh, John Travolta has this placement, and this one has this placement. I sit there and go, bro, you think these people have these placements, and you think this is like this, and this is like this? You don't understand that these people aren't organic human. Like, they're not organic. Like, you have an organic. Like, dude, let me tell you something about organic and inorganic. You have your organic life path, the journey that the divine leads you on and it guides you on, right? This organic path is out of purity. It's out of trials, tribulations, overcoming, learning, right? Mm-hmm. Love, ultimately love. When you get taken off, like a guy like John Travolta or any of these people in Hollywood, they get pulled off that organic path. They sell their soul or whatever they do, right? Astrology almost at that point in time is impeded upon, or it's interrupted. Like, it's not the natural thing. Whatever they do almost blocks out these people's natural. I believe it blocks out these people's natural journeys. You know what I mean? And then these people sell their souls, and then all of a sudden, hey, you're either gonna be this or you're gonna be this. How many people do you know like that you hear in Hollywood. They're like they're not happy. People kill themselves. You know what I mean? It's like yeah, you're not on your natural. You're going against your journey. Like your journey is interrupted now. However it works, I don't know. I actually believe in astrology. I do. From a lot of the research I've done, it seems like it makes sense for me, like from the stuff I see. But it doesn't. But when I see people with 300,000-400,000 followers, dude, and they're telling me this and that, I'm like, dude, do you think it's like? Do you think that it's a planet up there? Like, is that what you think? You think it's a big rock up there that's making these energy shifts? Is that what you think it is, or do you believe it's something else that actually is like some type of energy itself that's pushing out all these frequencies? That doesn't make more sense to you?
You know, have you ever heard of the guy Anton Mesmer?
No, I haven't.
This will make probably a little bit more sense to you regarding these other, like how we think that they're all frequency and portals and so on the spectrum. This guy, he proved using like this magnetic field. I forget the experiment exactly. I wrote it down in this book, and I can always go back and look at it. But for the sake, I'll just explain it real quick to you. If you want me to, I can go and look at it. He like tested humans in this little magnetic chamber, or did something with some sort of device, and tested this magnetic field and how it works on the brain, and it had like a influence on the brain. These magnetic field, whatever he was using. And I think he also tested it on animals too, and it affected their brain too. So that further proves, like, from the macrocosmic point of view, like, those energy frequencies, planets in the sky, are all affecting us through frequency and vibration and magnetism, whatever it be.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. They're vortexes of energies in the sky that are aligning, and they are communicating with everything. And that's why when they move, some people like are very in tune with these types of things, where you feel like certain things shifting and energies, and And let me tell you something, dude. It just, what Santos says makes sense. With it, there's their energy field vortex / whatever else you want thrown in there. They're not planets floating around, dude, inside the firmament or in the firmament ether itself. They're not. They're moving in there as, like you said, some type of energy. There's some type of energy fields, and they are distributing energy here on Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's also there's this guy, I posted him before, Robert Sepper. He made a recent video called Declassified Psychic Technology, and it's pretty interesting. This is getting into the realm of not exactly astrology, but it's just something interesting about magnetism and telepathic powers and stuff like that. Like, he was showing videos and demonstrations about how, like, these guys in Russia were used in experiments, and they tested like these psychics for these psychic abilities and psychotronic generators, how they affect the mind and affect frequency and vibration, and how these guys can literally like dupe your mind, dude. And he also goes in to show like telepathic powers, telekinesis, moving stuff with their hands. Just look up Robert Sepper, and it'll be like his first recent video, Declassified Psychic Technology. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's why MK Ultra ends up getting, like, they say, got disbanded. It wasn't doing nothing. Bullshit, dude. All this stuff is right there in front of our faces. It's in there. They use it. They remote view. These are the superpowers that when you raise your consciousness, that come out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they even tested it with. They even like did this girl. Killerian photography shows your aura. If you look up Killerian photography, I'll never forget it. That demonstrably proves the soul or aura around you, because if you look up that video and what Robert Seffer posted, he shows this experiment, how this girl, they took before and after photos of what her aura was like with Killerian photography. It wasn't as active before, but after, it was super active. Like, you could see the aura sparked with the movement of the cigarette that she was moving with her hands. And there's also this other girl, and she got like high blood pressure and all that stuff, dude. It was pretty interesting stuff when I was listening to it. I was like, dude, it's crazy how people don't really like. It's crazy how you can be an atheist, you know? Like, I don't understand that. Like, you tell the Mandela effect, or you go and say this to someone, I'm just like, dude, how is anyone an atheist? Like, this is so debunked.
I think because you know what it is, dude. They're born into. You have to remember something too. You're also born into a lineage, right? An ancestry lineage, genetic, lineage that, depending on the family you're in, some of these people are born into families where nothing is taught.
Right.
Or say a religion is taught, and they end up saying to them, and the religion ends up going like against, like they just don't believe in religion. They've had traumatic lives. Religion hasn't done nothing for them. They feel like religion's bad. So before you know, by the time they're 20, 25 years old, they don't believe in nothing. Because in their eyes, religion has been nothing but headache, or maybe their mom was a religious fanatic and nothing good happened in their lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that.
So these people are these people end up not believing in anything, and the only thing they really end up believing in is themselves. They're mad at the world. They believe in themselves. They don't believe no higher power would ever let this happen to them. Never really understanding that a lot of these things that happen to them, it helps them grow in the long run. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I believe what happens too is that it's crazy to say, but if I'm just looking at the world in a base view of what I see, how many of these people are given the opportunities to get out of their own way if they go with the journey and flow with the journey naturally? Instead, they stay mad and upset, and because they stay mad, hold this anger and vibe low, they all the time, the chances they have to get pulled out of the abyss, they keep fucking sinking down because they don't really believe they can get pulled out of it.
Right. I totally agree from that point of view, dude.
I feel like the divine will give you messages and lead your way, guide your way. And I believe obviously if the divine wants to, it'll pole vault you in the right direction. But I also see people in my own life who are given a lot of synchronicities and given a lot of guidance, and they keep going. I feel like they keep going against the guidance. So what is that? I feel like I got one person in particular in my life that keeps going against the guidance. So if they keep going against the guidance, it's almost like, hey, what else do you need to happen to you? I went against the guidance for a long time, and then I got the massive awakening where I couldn't go no more. I just couldn't go no more. I was like, whoa, this is pretty nuts. And I realized right away, I was like, okay, this is adding up for me. But maybe some people don't see things like that. You know what I mean? Maybe people don't see things in a way of, how this all adds up or how this all makes sense. For me, it made pretty good sense. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Pretty much my world was ripped out from under me as far as my belief systems, and it was replaced with something completely different. It was like a different floppy disk was inserted, dude. I ain't gonna lie. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, I sent you that video That's pretty interesting you say that. I totally get it. I guess I wasn't meaning like oh, how can people be atheists and exclude obviously the obvious. Like people grow up in these bad homes and they got bad experiences. Obviously, that's one thing I'm glad I didn't get pushed on me as a child, and I'm glad
Yeah.
I wasn't pushed on like religion, like from what like I've heard a lot of stories, right? Because I probably would be that atheist figure. I'd probably be that atheist person too, maybe. Yeah.
You said two. You said two. Mate, what was the last thing you said? You broke up.
Yeah, like if I was this atheist, like if I were to grow up, if I did grow up in a household like that, where it was just like religion pushed down my throat, I would definitely probably be an atheist too, honestly. Uh, as bad as that sounds, like oh, like atheism, I just I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to be forced because a lot of those people they do end up
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
forced.
So, dude, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what I think, dude. With this, you grow up in a world. There's a lot of programming going on, and a lot of these people submit to the programming without even knowing they submit. You know what I mean? So we can look at it. This is something I've come to learn. I believe there are a lot of NPCs among us, right? And I believe there are a lot of people among us that are vibrating at a very low frequency. At one point, before I was touched by the divine touch, I would say I was operating at that super low frequency, but I would say there was times in my life where I was. You know what I mean? I've always been pretty open minded, but there's definitely part of me, ego part of me that was operating low. And now, from where I'm standing now and looking now, I try my best not to be judgmental because where I'm standing, and thanks to it's a gift for me to be able to look at things with a different type of clarity. Where a lot of people that don't have this clarity, I don't judge them. I ask three questions. And it's a fucked up three questions, but they're asked in my mind. Are they an NPC? How low of an awareness do they have? Right? And the other thing I asked them are they someone that has been gifted or been given the opportunity to get clarity or attempts to be given clarity, and they completely ignored the attempts or haven't. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know everyone's life. I tell you one thing, I come across some people that I would swear by their actions that they're possessed. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, when I was watching Witzik today, he described three people, and he was talking about QAnon. So you have like these. That analogy goes perfect with what you were just like describing. So you got like these people who are diehard QAnon people. You got the other people who find it insane, like haven't ever looked into it. You got like this middle group who just figures like if things do come true, start coming true here soon, they're gonna think it's a double psyop and like question it. That's just kind of how I was thinking about what you were just describing with like these people.
I mean, yeah, very similar.
You want to know what's crazy, man? I don't know where this fits in the conversation at all, so I'm gonna switch. I guess I'm just switching topics back to flat Earth. There was this guy who I told you about, and I told you about him how I was talking to him about the fake Donald Trump assassination hoax, and I was giving him all the proof and reasoning why it was fake, and he was denying all my proof, even though he was saying it was fake too and staged. He was talking with my cousin. That dude was talking with my cousin about something about, I guess, it was something to do with nuclear bombs, and I guess he says that's like he was saying that was a hoax. I don't know too much about it. I heard it. I hear like it's a hoax. I haven't looked into it yet, or so on. So I don't got too much of a view on it. But my cousin, dude, my cousin believes in fake fucking space, bro. But he'll be on board with like the Mandela effect and a lot of this other stuff. And I'll be talking to him and stuff like that. Like whenever I do talk to him, he'll be on board with a lot of what I'm saying, but like he contradicts himself.
That's the one that's in here.
Yeah. Like he'll be like he says. So, for example, one point he'll say, "Oh, in school you don't get taught anything. School's so retarded." And then on the other side of the fence, he's like, "Oh." He'll talk about fake space, like, oh, the Russians are going into outer space. What about that? What about the nuclear bombs to that? Or, I'm just paraphrasing. I'm just from what I saw, not really like. And that shit just pisses me off, dude. And I even told them, I'm like, dude, there isn't this like what NASA's describing, okay?
Dude, when you try to tell your cousin, bro, when you're trying to tell your cousin, you have to remember this, dude. You're so far down the rabbit hole. You're so far down the rabbit hole, you can't even see the hole anymore. You don't even know you're in a rabbit hole. Your cousin, see, for you, when you explain this, to you it's so... Like things like you were made, so obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so obvious and it just makes sense, right? Your cousin is not even in the rabbit hole yet. He maybe dipped his fucking foot in it. You know what I mean? If he accepts this, that means everything that he fucking knows is probably a lie. Some people, on a subconscious level, some people are not ready to do that. They're not. That means, because, dude, you have to remember, you're not. Look, bro, for whatever reason, guys like us, we are sad. We are happy to know that we're headed in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
We're not spinning on a ball in space. Some people, knowing that they're inside a firmament in some type of dome, they're not too comfortable. I think with knowing that.
Right. Yeah.
Like on some real level, I don't think they're comfortable knowing. I think that scares them.
Yeah, and you brought the Mandela effect. He's on board with that. He talks about the pyramids, but that's basically all it is. And he's on board with like the leftist stupidity, and I think he like kind of just trolls about the Trump stuff because he knows better. Because I even talked to him. He knows that Trump's an actor, but I see him posting in his Discord all this like retarded stuff about Trump and him being like a savior figure, like, oh, Trump's gonna win against Kamala, and it's fucking scripted. I already know that. Trump is.
How smart is Moxley? Moxley's a smart guy, but some of these people need something, bro.
Right? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
But they need something. They need something because if you take everything, what's left? You know what's left? The kingdom of heaven is within you. Stop looking to the external for fucking answers. Now, some good YouTube videos, some stuff like I look all the time to try to get knowledge. But at the end of the day, it's leading me. The more I do research, the more it leads me to back to myself and back to within myself, and in communication from the divine through synchronicities and stuff like that. So synchronicities come from external, sometimes internal. If I say something happens internally, or I feel a certain way, I'll get an internal feeling, and a lot of times that will be triggered by a synchronicity. You know, it's. You guys are divine guiding you, along with possibly other guides, I believe, and then good guides, and then you have the internal. You're looking. The whole world has been hijacked, and it's like an act to keep you distracted. Like, the thing is, don't pay no attention to it. This is the whole thing. Don't pay no attention to it. This is like you think, what the fuck, dude? Everything that's going on in this world is just, they have to keep it rolling like this because this is the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have to keep the ups and downs, the dramas, the wars, all this stuff. And yes, there are groups out there that have bigger roles in the movie that they're scripting. There are groups out there that are more powerful. You know what I mean? That probably use some form of sorcery or whatever it is to get more of what they want. I don't know how it works, but at the end of the day, the divine is guiding us in a way. You can see it, like the shift. The realm itself is shifting and cleansing all of this. That's why they're in like fucking, dude. They're in panic mode. Why do you think it's so obvious what they're doing to the skies? But they're doing it to the skies, and you rarely see anyone talk about it. How insane is that, dude?
Yeah.
It's nuts, dude. No, it makes me believe. I'm telling you, it makes me believe exactly what I said. I don't know how many real people are in this realm.
It's like those guys that you posted and you messaged me and those guys on Facebook about the little wheel, and they're saying they see a rainbow.
Yeah, dude. When I started looking at the thing, I was like, maybe I can see some rainbow colors sort of creeping in. I don't know. But I'm like, dude, when I look at this, though, is I see a white and fucking black checker with a hue of pink. Like, you start telling me you're seeing rainbow clearly. Like you said, maybe I see a glimmer. Like, I don't even know, dude. Like, I don't know who's who, dude. Listen, I had a synchronicity yesterday that was insane. And it happened. It was the way the synchronicity came through was pretty much a message for someone close to me that I relayed. I was on the phone with them at the time it happened, and I relayed the message. And in this world, dude, I have to start accepting who I am. I got to start accepting my intuition and my abilities of who I am in this world. You know what I mean? And I am ultimately a healer is what I am. It is what I'm here in this world to help people and heal people, whether it be with knowledge, insight, love, whatever I can do. My ego is that of a, I don't know, dude. My ego was made to be a fucking. My ego, the way I grew up and who I was like pretty much taught to be, through my environment was a savage. Okay, that's what my environment taught me to be. I was loved at times, and I was hated at other times, and by like family and friends, just different things. I wouldn't say I was ever really truly hated, but I had my disagreements. But ultimately, I'm a healer. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to spread the vibes. So my ego sometimes takes over, and it can come across as a different type of being. More of an aggressive person with my mouth, and like my attitude. But the truth of the matter is we all have our gifts. Like I'm starting to realize more and more here. Like sometimes I'll have like little things that come to me, like certain things I want to say. And my whole life, I always thought, hey, these things, I'm just gonna say what I feel. I got this thing I want to say, and I say it. But my whole life I was just like, oh, well, I'm just gonna say this is me. But now I'm starting to like look at it a little differently. Like maybe like these things that I'm getting, like they're not, they're coming to me because I'm supposed to say it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like say right now, like say I have a friend who's going driving, right? And say I know it's late at night, and I say I know he speeds around a lot. I might get this fucking all of a sudden this real quick urge, like this feeling that will come over me, like a nervousness. Like I'll be like, yo, do me a favor, bro. I'm speeding tonight. Be real careful. I have a weird feeling. You know what I mean? Then that might be nothing, but I've done things like this in the past. But maybe what that is there's something like that's a guide, the divine hit me with like a little bit of a thought. Like I told you, sometimes I talk to people that weird things, almost like they get possessed.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the divine giving me a quick nudge, saying, "Yo, tell him, be careful." You know what I mean? And it's just something to help the spiritual realm communicate. Like maybe I think the spiritual realm is constantly in communication. I think it's constantly communication, but the problem is not everyone's looking for it. You know?
Yeah.
Like not everyone's looking for it, dude. Think about it this way: people don't realize how one action or one thing could change something. Think about this, right, Evan? Imagine you have a conversation with me about some havoc you have at work, right? Some arguments, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting ready to go into work. I'm talking to you on Facebook, and you tell me, yeah, I don't like the way this guy talked to me, blah, 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 blah. It's bothering me. Okay. Now, imagine I say to you, you know what, fuck that motherfucker, dude. Like, I'm telling you right now, you're fucking way smarter than he is. I would tell that motherfucker next time he says something to you to suck a dick. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, that's the last thing you read before you go to work, right? Or I say to you, bro, let bygones be bygones. That guy has no clue what he's doing. You're better than that. Just when you don't even let anything don't let that guy live rent free in your head. Vibe high. Don't let anything get to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you go to work. The last thing you read, you're seeing it. Now, believe it or not, dude, depending on what I say to you, and it's not only me, it could be what you say to me or what you say to anybody. You could go in there and see this guy, and he could say something to you, and because I fucking spoke these hostile words to you, you might have on a subconscious level even in your mind a little bit to tell this guy, yo, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or and then that can be a ripple effect now. Now he tells you go fuck yourself. Or maybe it turns into an altercation. Now a boss gets involved. Now the cops get called. Now this happens. Now you lose your job and he loses his job. And now your families are impacted. Now you gotta do something else. Dude, you see the ripple effect, bro?
Right. Yeah.
And it was all caused, bro, by someone saying something slightly out of line. But now if you take the other path, maybe more peace gets promoted. The guy's like, oh, this guy ain't hostile. I'm not, whatever, how it is. Dude, there's so many little puzzle pieces that can determine, you ever seen the movie The Butterfly Effect?
I've heard of it, but I have not seen of it.
Dude, that's a good movie, dude. The Butterfly Effect, you gotta check it out. It talks about how simple changes in reality, little actions, change the whole fucking environment. Like the whole like scenarios of reality change by little actions.
I agree.
You know? So it's just puzzle pieces. And this is why, like, I used to watch a lot of things about near-death experiences. I still do from time to time. There's a lot of excuse me. There's a lot of things out there in this world, bro, that you gotta realize, like, little things in our reality, dude. If we could make positive adjustments, could go a long way, bro. You know, go a long way, man. That's why for me now, I really do try to be a little bit of a better person. I do, and sometimes I could be a gossiper and shit like that. You know, I have some fucking stupid, ego tendencies, but I'm aware of them, and I try to correct them more. And the more I'm aware of them, the more they're less likely to occur. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really don't. Although, some things might get to me at work, man. I try not to let it get to me. Like, someone might say something smart, but I'm not the type of dude, because, I'm not the type of dude. Like, these people at work give me anxiety, and I just like stay away from it. I stay away from a lot of people, because a lot of these people, they give me anxiety because I never know how they are. So I just like kind of just stay away from talking to them a lot of the time, even though they're good people. Sometimes they might say something stupid. I just ignore it because like I know I'm better than that. I know I'm better than Is it really worth okay? So this guy at work, uh, he was annoying the shit out of me. I'm not even joking. Like 2 days straight. Um, he's talking about how he has family coming over, and he's scheduled, and he has to work, and he's like asking me if I want to change my schedule, and I'm like, dude, I don't like. I already work 5 days. I'm not working 6 days or 7 or whatever. I'm not changing my schedule. I'm already like set. And he like continues asking me, bro, and I'm just like, man, I need to get away from this guy. Like, I don't say anything mean or nothing, but like it just got me on the edge right there. But because like I didn't.
Well, stick to your guns and stick to your what you want. Don't let anyone. He's trying to he's trying to pretty much persuade you to fucking go with what he wants.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, like, and it's basically like I get it, you got family coming over, but it's like, okay, I'm not saying you don't. I don't hate family. Like if family comes over and if I'm scheduled, I mean, it's like he's either picking family or work. I mean, that's just a rough reality of which, like, I obviously have to work, so I'll just have to take this risk and just see him after work or something. I mean, it's just you gotta pick. I know it's just a balance. Some people, I mean, and he got it at a unfortunate situation, but it's just like, okay, dude. Well, I'm not gonna screw myself over because you want to do something. I know that's kind of hateful. You want to see his family and stuff, but it's like, dude. I mean, that's your decision, man. If you want to, I mean, they'll probably fire you if you take like 3 days off in a row, and especially because where I work at, if you like call off, even like they'll fire you instantly, like 3 days in a row. That's just how they are. Even though like we'll be low staff, they'll. They want to act like they care about you, which I know that they don't, but it's just like, he's like, oh, well, I'll go and find a new job, but at the same time, he like wants to try to get me to do his stuff and his schedule and try to help stuff like that. And I'm just like, dude, that's your choice, man. It's either you work or you just I guess you'll see your family and you'll just lose your job. I don't know what to say other than that. I'm not taking his stuff though. I'm not taking his schedule.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That's what you do. I would just stick to your guns and do what's best for you.
I mean, this is what I live in a good area, but man, a lot of these people, they think, like, a lot of these people are just, I see a lot of what they do. They're just deceitful. They're trying to deceive me a lot of the time, both men and women. In particular, this was a dude, but these the women who I work with, a lot of them are just. I don't hate women at all, but it just so happens I'm just in this environment that they're just horrible people. It's just a rough reality of things. I won't speak bad about them at all. I just try to see the good. I don't try to speak bad about them. I just stay away from them. I don't get myself involved because I don't want to deal with the BS. But because I know I can be better than that. It's like, do I want to really talk bad about them? No, I just stay away from them. That's just the best option.
Just you ignore people like that, bro. You go with the flow of life, and you don't let anyone look. When anyone's trying and being a fucking energy vampire, you ignore them and just eradicate them. You say, hey, I'm done with this conversation, and walk away. Eradicate them from your mind and just let them be, go on living their life. And because people like that are, you seem like a nice. Look at you as they might victimize you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you just gotta be careful, bro. Because there are a lot of people out there like that, man. A lot of fucked up people out there that have no problem shitting on people, get what they want. So it's a dog world, bro. With a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot. You might love your man.
You kind of lagged a little bit.
I said it's a dog world. I told my wife to leave the dog up here, but she's taking him.
Oh. Yeah, I just, I'm already weary because I'm already, like, on the edge because I'm, like, because, you don't have, a person like me, I don't have too many friends in life, or, that's just how I've always been, so I'm always just, like, I'm on the edge, like, is this person trying to deceive me because I've had some bad experiences with a lot of people, not like fights or anything, but just like bad experiences with trusting people. Like, for example, I was talking with one of my coworkers, a good coworker, she's pretty good, but she did something and I kind of just like okay, she went and told, like, because I was thinking about quitting my job, going and working somewhere else because, management. But she told, and, rumors started getting around like, oh, Evan's going to quit his job. And, and that's like a big thing. But rumors started getting around and I was with my dad and we were talking and he was like, yeah, buddy, you might want to just, you might want to take a step back and just, I'm trying to remember what he said. Just like, just take a step back, and cause that's like how trust issues and friendships just break apart. Because you trust them, and then they do that, and you can't really trust them. But this was another time. So, like last week or so, or 2 weeks ago, we were just talking, and she specifically said to me, "Oh, I don't tell anyone. I don't say anything, so you can trust me." What does she do? She goes and tells the manager. Dude, I mean, the manager at the time when this happened, I think I told you, like, this girl named Ruth, she got pissed off at me for, like, one little mistake I did because I forgot. She got pissed off and started, like, just yelling at me. And that just kind of pissed me off a little bit. But,
Yeah,
and I told her about that.
Dude, for someone who's had a lot of friends and fucking everywhere in between, let me tell you something, dude. I used to look at the best in everybody, and I still try to. But now, where I used to just, take the ignorance is bliss mentality, I see the best, but I never take in consideration the bad sides. I've been burned so many times by people that I care about that I realize this, man. In this reality we live in, a lot of these self-sufficient, and they really are all about themselves. Okay. In your life, there's an awakening coming. So it could be change. A lot more love is being distributed. But in your life, if you could have, 5 good friends, or even 3 or 2, dude, even if you're fortunate to have one that you can really depend on, someone you can talk to and stuff like that, it's valuable. It's some people don't have none, and don't think that, like, a lot of people go out there and say, I have so many friends. A lot of those friends that these people claim to have, dude, they don't really have. They don't. It's just because someone's a drinker, they go out and hang out in bars, and do this and do that, and their life. You have to remember, the minute these people decide to stop going to bars and stop picking up tabs and stop drinking, these friends dwindle a lot of times, man. A lot of people in this world, I'm starting to realize, are just really, a lot of them are about themselves, and being someone that, I'm a friend. No, you're just, because you're into what you're into, and you're not really, like, being willing to be fake to create friends. Anyone can be fake to create friends. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and that just pissed me off so much. Like, you're gonna sit here say to me that you don't go and tell people what I say, and then you go and tell someone what I said, and then I was like sitting there because my manager asked me. She was like, she asked me, oh, you said that Ruth yelled at you, and she was there at the time when this happened, but it just was like, dude, so you told the manager, and they've gotten so weird. So this coworker and the manager, they're both like close together, and the thing is, it's pissing me off because I've known this person longer than she's known the manager. I mean, I don't know if it's a girl thing or what, but it's kind of just pissing me off. I'm like, dude, it's like a betrayal to me because they were really good friends. Like, I was close with her, and now she's going to this person who she's known for like a year. And I've been like 3 years. I've known her way longer. And it's just pissed me off. That's why I'm like, dude, really? Like, I'm just like, dude, you're so fake. You're just like the other people you talk about. You're literally like, you project out what you are. And it's kind of just pissed me off, and that's been on my mind, dude. Like, you're the person who I've been with since, like my sophomore year in high school. Now I'm out of school. You tried to get me with your daughter. That didn't really work out, but, and we've had all these times, and you're gonna fucking go to this person who I see you talk to me about how they're pissing you off. I don't say a damn word, and then you go and say this stuff to her. One little thing, and you said that you wouldn't tell her. Oh my god, dude. It just pissed me off.
Some people just gossip, though, dude. So she probably was just saying it like, oh, yeah, these guys, some people don't think, and just before you know it, they slip. It might not even been an intentional thing.
Yeah, I just gone away from her. There's just a lot of people, man. You just see it, like, you just got to think. I was just thinking, like, you got to look at their actions, like, versus their words, see what they say. Hopefully I don't come across like that to you. If I ever do, you're free to say something. I will listen, dude. Hopefully I don't ever, like, piss you off and then you have a grudge against me. I don't like holding grudges at all like this. But just stuff like that is, like, so meaningful to me because I've never really had an actual friend who understood me. And yet this person, I feel like, has understood me. But then it feels like they just betrayed my trust. And I can't trust them anymore. And now I have to just, like, completely stay away from them. Or, like, step back and not talk with them as much, dude. Because I don't know, like I said, I don't know if it's, like, just a girl thing and they get close. And because I know how girls can be, but it's just like, I don't know what it is. Even like within the first couple months of the new manager coming in, she was like all on her. And yet, it's just weird. Because I've known this person for like 3 years. And we've been close. But now it's just like, okay.
Let me tell you something, dude. When you work in places that have a lot of employees or places that, sometimes, bro, people change. I mean, some people will bow down to get position, to be liked. They have that old saying: "It's not who you, it's who you know and who you blow." That old saying,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some people's characters are faulty, dude. They don't even recognize it. Like, they change around certain people. They gossip. They do anything to get ahead, bro. It's just fuck, dude. It's a dog eat dog world, dude. And you come across your life. Let me tell you something, dude. Trust me on this. Put it in the divine's hands to lead you on a journey to who's going to be in your life and who's not going to be in your life. When you try to force things, sometimes what you do is you end up causing like a unnecessary ripple. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just go with the flow, man. Some people some people maybe go their whole lives and they're more of a person that lives more in solitude, and they have very few friends, if any friends. And then some people go their life and they have a pretty good amount of friends. But what I've noticed is that, I'll tell you right now, dude, I know a good amount of people. Let me tell you something, bro. I don't know a lot of people I know people who say they have a lot of friends, but on a real level, I don't know people who have a lot of quality friends. I know people who have friends, a good amount of friends, but quality friends and friends are different. I have a good amount of friends, but quality friends is something totally different. I might have that I talk to, I might have what I can consider 30 friends. 30, 40 friends that I've talked to. In my life, I've had hundreds. But quality friends, right now in my life, fucking, I don't even know. If I can't include my family, 2, 1 or 2. If I don't include my family, you know what I mean? Like this is something that you come across, like. And then you have to remember another thing. Not every friend is perfect, so you have to accept some of your. You're gonna have some friends that are gonna be they're gonna have their good and their bad, so you gotta accept them for that, But having like friends that you like really depend on, they're hard to come by, man. That's why when you do get them, you cherish them. But they should cherish you too, Grudges, as far as you said something about grudges, right? You hear me, Evan?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, grudges are. No one should hold grudges. The grudges are fucking just energy wasters. There's no reason to hold grudges.
Yeah, that shit just pissed me off. That's why, man, I just like, that was some pretty good advice. Just leave it to the divine and just just go with the flow. Yeah, you forget about that in the mix of these things going on, because the ego gets in the way.
That's the thing, the ego, dude. Let the ego go, dude. Don't try to force anything, and just let things come to you in your life, bro. Sometimes you're trying to make friends, you're trying to meet girls, and you're doing all this crazy shit. I'm not saying you can't try to meet girls, but do it naturally. Like, dude, when you're trying so hard, I feel like sometimes when you try so hard to go against the tide, dude, what happens? The further the more you go against the tide, bro, the more resistance you meet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Until eventually, it just you just gotta go with the flow, man. Just things come to you. I've noticed in my life as I've gotten older now that the more the more I let things come to me, the more my intuition seems to be picking up a little bit, the more I'm starting to vibe a little higher, the more synchronicities come to me. Even with synchronicities, I was thinking about that today. Like when I am looking for synchronicities all the time, they're not there as much. But when I go into like a flow state, the synchronicities appear a lot more, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just about flowing, bro. It really is. You're on the journey, man. Things will work themselves out one way or the other. You know, there's things in my life that I had to accept that, like, hey, you know, this is just the way it is. Like, this is the way my life is unfolding, and this is the journey I'm on. And have I always walked the journey the way it's supposed to be walked? Like, I feel like there's a lot of times in my life from when I was a kid, you know, all the way into adulthood, that, you know, maybe I should have took this road instead of that road, or maybe I should have, you know, made this decision instead of that decision. Maybe I should have stopped drinking at this age instead of that age. There's always like things we can look back on and reflect on. But I will say this, like, I understand what I understand now is that I do my best not to self-sabotage my journey. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like where it just like drinking is like a form of self-sabotage. Like you're self-sabotaging yourself. I do my best not to. I do my best to go with the flow and not fucking jump out the boat and fucking get hit by a tidal wave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this is what I feel like it happens to us when we try so hard to, like, oh my god, I want some friends. Oh my god, I want a girlfriend. And then you know what? Yeah, you get the girlfriend you want, but maybe you meet the girl on a dating website that you meet at a bar. This girl's hooked up with fucking 20, 30 dudes before you. You get a girl, you get her pregnant, you end up getting divorced. She's a narcissist. She takes you for everything you have, and now you're miserable for 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then your life is like, you're like, what the fuck happened there, man? No, it happened. You were lustful. Let me tell you something, dude. Most guys who want relationships, okay, it's a lustful thing. Like, now if a guy tells me, I just want someone who loves me for me, and I want to bond with a woman who I want to have a family with, who I care about, like a partner, I have a lot of respect for that. But a lot of guys there, it's just about banging, dude. Hey, I want this girl, you know, she's sexy, and I want to have all these sexual experiences with her, blah, 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 blah. You know, dude, you get in a relationship for that, those reasons only. Those relationships are built out of lust. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
and especially at a young age. And most people at a young age, you want to experiment and stuff. But let me tell you one thing with you that you have, dude. That I'm going to tell you, this is something that this sucks in a animalistic way, but it is great in a mature spiritual way. I think you understand that I think you understand the power of. I think you understand the. I'm trying to think of put this in good words. I think you understand the importance of not giving yourself to any woman or any fucking girl who's just there for lustful purposes. I think you understand that. On a spiritual level, dude, I have been ever too. You know, I've been married with my girl for a long time, but I understand now, like, how lustfulness is not the answer. You know what I mean? Like when I was younger, I would even look at it to say, like, I just looked at it as, hey, you know what, dude, I want to have fun and everything. But, dude, there really is something to that. And I feel like in this society, there's a lot of lust and pornography that's promoted. And there's something to that. There's a reason why that's promoted like that, dude. Our faces all the time. They want you to desire that. That's another addiction. How many people I've seen ruin their marriages over cheating, bro? Families, kids involved because they can't fucking be loyal and they're lustful. They get horny and they decide to go out and fucking cheat. Feel me? I've seen that a lot, dude.
Yeah, you're right. I do. You know, that's why, like, I notice the red flags and I'm out. Like, I'm not gonna be the dude who, you know, like I told you my story with this one girl. She had a boyfriend, but she didn't tell me, and I was just basically like the dude. If if it doesn't work out for this guy, I'll just go with this guy. You know, she didn't even talk to me. That's the funny part, dude. She didn't even talk to me. She ignored. That's as I noticed the red flags. I was out. I dipped, blocked her everywhere.
Yeah,
Same thing happened with the other girl.
Dude, let me tell you something. When you meet the right girl, you'll know. And it won't be off of sexual prowess. It'll be off of connection.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more just seeing the experiences. I'm probably just gonna live in solitude, dude. That's just probably like my way. Even though, like, yeah, I'd probably want a relationship, but there was a book I read. It's called A Book to Free the Soul, and it goes into this thing where society is just pooping out kids, basically, just kid after kid after kid. And what do we have?
Some of these people are just breeders. That's what I call them.
Yeah, and it's just man goes and it's like think about what the Muslims are doing, right? Muslims are just shitting kids. They'll have like 10 children running around, and what are they? They're indoctrinated wage slaves. They're brainwashed. They're no better than anyone else. Same with anyone in the United States, or they just and they you want to know something? They're accomplished. They're like, oh, I got all these kids. Like, okay, so your bloodline is gonna go on, but they're stupid. You got stupid children. I mean, they're smart. They have a brain.
They're smart.
But,
I know you're saying they're smart, but they're being indoctrinated to a society that is pretty much dumbing them down.
Yeah. And along with and it goes into this, in this book, it goes into like this technological advancement on how man is just getting, I find it's not like technology isn't good. It's just like, how people are just becoming in this zombie state, basically, But
well, think about this. I tell my wife this all the time. You want to see society and marriages and everything else work? Remove everyone's reproductive organs for a year. You'll see families stay together because lust will be non-existent. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
You'll see families stay together. You'll see a lot of bars probably go out of business. Because a lot of people go to bars to hook up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
People, in this world, I have this conversation with my daughter, and I try to gear her from this. I tell her, use your brain and use your soul. Like understand that, in this society, there's lust, right?
Uh-huh.
It's the ego, but it's lust, materialism, right, and gluttony. It's what can I buy to make myself happy? What can I how much makeup, how my clothes, I'm doing all this so I can get a boy or a girl like me, right? Which
mm-hmm.
comes down to lust at the end of the day. You want them to like you, so you can hook up and all this other stuff, right? And then the third thing is, where can we go to eat? Where can we stuff our faces? These are like three big things. Lust, materialism, and gluttony, all promoted by the ego. Dude, this is what society wants. You take away those three things: take away materialism, take away lust, take away gluttony. You know what you're gonna have? You're gonna have people who are living in a more harmonious way with just eating when they're hungry. They're not lustful because because lust don't exist, and they're just living like there is no materialism's out the window if they don't desire that because everyone's equal. Bro, I understand this is the world we live in, but they're really when you really break it down like I just did, you see how dumb some of these things are. Am I wrong?
No, you said it perfectly, dude. That's perfect.
Just ridiculous, dude. I tell everyone all the time, look, bro, You think people are happy? I always mess with my daughter all the time. My daughter's a beautiful girl, and I always tell her, I say, she's gonna be 17 years old, and, coming up in September, and I always tell her, I say, you want that dress, or you want this? Why do you want that? And she's like, what do you mean? I like the way it looks. No, but why? And then she just look at me like, how's he trying to trick me? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell her, I'll say, Alyssa, not only you, to every boy and girl your age, and adults my age, everyone is looking to seek attention from whoever they like. This is it. Dude, why do you think you see some of these girls in their 20s, 30s, 40s, even 50s nowadays with butt implants? Do you think they're going out there to get butt implants because no, they're going out there to get butt implants so the guys could look at them.
Yeah.
You know, this is all about vanity.
You want to know something, dude? Oh man, that just brought back a memory. So in school, it's pretty bad. So I would go to gym class, and you know these girls.
I'm listening to you. I'm just muting myself because I'm just fixing something. I'm listening to you.
Okay. You know these girls. They had it's so bad, but there'd be girls that would just have underwear on, underwear on with like a shirt covering them, literally like panties, but their shirt is just covering them, dude. It was bad, and I'd just be walking around the halls, and when we were done with class, and I just noticed that too. It was bad, dude, bad. You go to the store, I guarantee you'll probably see. You know, I hate ripping on the women, but it's like they don't got respect for themselves, dude. It makes me sad to look at this because they're sitting there with their underwear on. It's like they just get up out of bed, put on a shirt, and that's it. They go to the store with their underwear on. Like they're no respect for themselves whatsoever, dude. And that goes into what you were just saying about like them wanting attention, them wanting, you know, for the guys to look at them, right? It just pisses me off, dude. And that stuff,
vanity, dude.
That stuff just makes me mad. I just want to be like, dude, do these women not have any respect for themselves at all?
It's all vanity, dude. It's vanity, and
that's why if you have a wife, tell her not to do that. Tell her to cover herself up.
My wife is fucking not doing nothing like that, dude.
Yeah, tell her to don't not yours, obviously, but like because this going back to the coworker that I was talking about, she wore fucking booty shorts, dude. And I was cringing to myself so hard. I'm like, doesn't your husband tell you to not wear that shit, but you're wearing it? It's like, dude. Oh my god, it just makes me cringe. Like, both the men need to tell their women not to do that. The men need to tell their women, hey, put on some clothes, because you're not about to go get, another guy on you. I'm like, no. And the same goes for women. The women should do that for the guys, you know. Like, hey, I don't like what you're wearing or something. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, I tell my daughter, like, you know what it is? When you're young, I was like this, dude. When I was in the gym all the time, I looked good. I was always fucking flashing myself, you know, making muscles and everything, you know, like flashing my biceps and my chest and everything. They're trying to fucking look like cool, but it was immaturity though, dude. Like I understand different now, so I try to lead my daughter out of that, away from that. But you know what? When you are young, you'll go through these things. So the best you can do is just like for me, is I just consistently say, like, listen, respect yourself. Not everyone deserves to see, you know, the way, like your beauty. You know what I mean? I believe that. Now, look, I wouldn't go as far as like how the Muslims do it, where they're fucking, they have their women. That's completely crazy to me. Their women completely covered up, you know. But that's their choices. But I do believe like bathing suits that are too skimpy, you know, skirts that are riding up the fucking leg too far. I don't believe, like, you know, there's no reason to do that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to always instill like that in her mind. Say, listen, you gotta value yourself. You know, if you dress a certain way, you know, you may think that you're actually, that someone's actually like let me tell you something, okay? I'm not gonna use my daughter as an example because it'll aggravate me, but I'm just gonna use any young girl as an example. You have a young teenage girl who's in high school, you know, and she's wearing skimpy clothes. You know, these young girls will think that these men that they come across, or the young boys that they come across, are like they really like them for them. But the truth of the matter is, no, they like you because you're exploiting yourself. You know what I mean? And like they don't like you for you. You're fucking pretty much giving them a peep show because you're wearing clothes that are way too exposing. You know, and the truth of the matter is, that's why like don't wear shit like that. You know, you want a boy to like you for you. You get a boy that's gonna like you for you, not because you're wearing fucking shorts that are too high, or you're, like you said, you're wearing underwear and t-shirts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh god, dude, imagine that. Imagine going into school and you see a girl with freaking panties, but only her shirt's covering her. You know.
Dude, I was in Marshall's the other day, the store over here by me, and I seen this fucking girl this woman walking around with no bra on, with her fucking nipples fucking clear as day, sticking out like right through the shirt. Like, she has to know that, and I've seen that numerous times. I've seen women with like walking around with like tight ass shorts with their dong riding up their ass, clear as day, and then with no bras on. What is this? Like, I'm gonna tell you what it is, dude. It's vanity. It's and let me tell you something. You get certain men that see that, they'll fucking do whatever they want. They'll break up their whole marriage for it.
Yeah, there's I don't know if you know who Brother Nathaniel is. He's a he says the exact same thing. You know, you can. And he talks about, like, he gives an analogy on, like, politics and TikTok. Like, on TikTok, you got, like, these young girls just shaking their rear. That's what he says. He's like, you got TikTok girls just shaking their butts, but you got these young men who are getting pissed off at that, and they don't like that, seeing, like, the girls like that, and they're politically fluent. And they're calling it exposing the crap from what he's saying. That's just what I've heard, what Whitsitt and him were talking about. You know, I see it too, dude. I see, you know, you got those girls just, I don't know what it is. You know, lack of a father figure, or, you know, they're just brainwashed, or, you know, duped by the internet.
I can tell you what it is, dude, because I have a couple people, fucking relatives of mine, that are into this. So let me tell you what it is that the kids are being indoctrinated and programmed into TikTok to dance and do all these stupid things. The parents are being indoctrinated to do the same thing. So the parents are seeing it so much that the parents are almost looking at it as it being normal. So what happens is, at first the parents might look at it as being weird, but eventually they see it so much with nothing happening that they don't mind if their kids do it. So to them, their kids dancing in a sexual manner or doing crazy dances on TikTok is nothing. Because they've been, the same way the parents have been programmed, the kids are being programmed. And it keeps going and going. To me, I find it to be completely stupid and ridiculous. Look, dude, even when I see men dancing and just like, in my mind, I'm like, dude, the fucking world we're in is fucking completely rigged and hijacked. And these people are on TikTok dancing. You know what it is, dude? My reality, where I live in my mind and in my reality, dude, it's of truth. It's of a divine journey, and it's of helping people heal and for this realm and people to move in the right direction. I'm not in this like life to fucking be sitting here, and I like dancing and I enjoy good music. I love music. Dude, I could get on TikTok and dance if I wanted to, bro. I probably enjoy doing it. Maybe one day down the line, maybe I'll make a funny video. I don't know. But let me tell you this, dude. It's not something you can do all the time, every day, and make like a whole... It's almost like, bro... It's like, so I talk to these people sometimes, they're like, you just gotta enjoy life, man, you know? Go to some restaurants, eat, do this, throw back a couple beers, just, watch some good TV shows and movies. I'm like, bro, but do you know what's going on in the world? What do you mean here? You just pretty much what you're telling me is to just completely throw away all this knowledge and wisdom that I've been gifted, and to just live like a happy rat in a box. No, I live like a happy soul on a journey, understanding the truth. Now, maybe the truth is uncomfortable for a lot of people. It's not uncomfortable for me. It gives me some anxiety sometimes and panic attacks. I'm not gonna lie. Every once in a while, I think about certain scenarios, and my body will uproar in a panic attack. But I don't want to fucking be like sent I don't want to just be doing normal things when I understand that's just like the here. You have to remember another thing. Most of the people I know that do these normal things, like watch TV all day, do this all day, do that all day, most of them don't see things the way I see it. So it's not that I'm saying I'm better. I'm saying that I see things, dude, Evan, think about this. This is what I was saying before. You have an awareness that you're seeing things on a different level, so it's a little different for you to go against this divine calling than it is for someone who doesn't see things the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if someone's eating dog shit, right, Evan? But they don't know they're eating dog shit. And you're eating dog shit, but you know you're eating dog shit. What guy's more in the wrong?
It's gonna be me.
Huh? The person know they're eating dog shit.
Yeah.
This is the thing that society and these people that I talk to all the time don't get. I'm like, dude, you have to understand something, dude. I don't see things the way you see things. So because of this, it's harder for me to go back to adapting to what you think is important because I don't see the things in the same way as you do. I see everything in a clearer manner. And you don't. So you may be able to eat the dog shit and with the ignorance is bliss attitude. And this is really what it is, the ignorance is bliss attitude. Me, the ignorance isn't bliss. I've been shown something else. I'm not going to go against it so you can sit there and say, look at Joe, he's enjoying life. He's fucking watching TVs and he's going out and eating fucking $500 steaks. Nah, I'm good.
Exactly.
Dude, I'd rather die in my basement, alone, on the divine path, than die as the king of the hill, sitting on my throne, living an egotistical life in a society that I know isn't true to the divine. That's just how it is. It's how I feel about it. I'm not, and that's just how it's going to be. Like, I hopefully, like, I live a happy life and on this path and everything, but I'm not gonna sell myself in order to be egotistically happy. Whatever the divine wants me to have in life, I'll have it. What I'm not supposed to have, I won't have. That's just how I look at it, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just it is what it is. Just gotta keep on the journey, dude. That's why a lot of times when you said your cousin, you're trying to explain, you're like, what the fuck? How do you believe in this but you don't believe in this? Like, because they're just not seeing it yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see. There's been a guy. He's been in here before. His name is Ultra Basic. He's been with us for like 5 years. My cousin and I, and he woke me up to flat Earth and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't get how my cousin's not seeing it. Obviously, he's not there, as you said. I mean, like he trolls too. Like he'll like he knows my view on Trump, and he has the same view, but like, and he said he wouldn't ever vote. So if I catch him voting, dude, oh my god. If I catch him voting this year, he said he would never vote, but he's posting this shit about Trump. If he votes, bro, I think he's fake. He's fake.
You think he's fake?
Yeah, because he told me specifically that he would not vote ever. And he's told his mom, too, that he would not vote ever and that it doesn't matter.
Well, he said, why is he rooting for Trump so much?
I guess to piss this guy off in the chat that he's talking to. Because I guess he doesn't understand that they're both control. I mean, he understands it because I talked to him about this, but I guess he's just like trolling this guy. Or he's like, I mean, I don't know what the mentality is. I guess to defend Trump, even though, it's like a stage thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can defend Trump. Like, I can defend Trump probably better than 99%, but I'm not going to go out my way to be like him. And because I know it's both rigged. Like what you were saying that last month or something like that when we were talking, like, who's better for the country? It's obviously Trump better than Joe Biden or Kamala. But at the same time, they're both a part of the same thing. Both a part of the same cult and group being controlled.
Yeah, they're all part of the fucking same thing. Even like Jonathan Gentry on Facebook, I commented on his post, and he commented back, and he was pretty much going like, I don't know what he meant. He goes, as above, so below. What's going on up there is going on down here. I don't know what he meant by that. And I said, what do you mean? No, I said you mean all these guys in politics pretty much pretending to be on different teams.
I saw that.
I don't know what he means. The same thing's going on up there. As a I don't know what he means by that. What's going on up there that it's repeating down here. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that?
Well, as if he's not talking if he's not talking about astrology and it affecting us. I mean, other than that, I don't really know. Astrology does affect you, but I mean, they can just fuck with that too. They can just mess with that to the greater scale. But if he's like, oh, what's going on up there?
He was never into this. Dude, that guy never preached astrology. He used to preach all religious texts, dude. That's why a lot of his followers are all bugged out.
Yeah, but if what you were just saying a second ago, like, if he's just saying like, oh, as above, so below, I don't really know what he's talking about there. Like,
I don't know what he's talking about, but I assume but whatever it is, you know, he's you know, I guess as above, so below. I don't know if he's talking above the firmament or in the firmament. You know what I mean? I always say as above, so below. I just go when I say as above, I just indicate the spiritual realm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The higher spiritual realm. But maybe there is something. Maybe as above also mean like in the firmament. You know, we don't know what the firmament. Like I said, it could be is it spiritual. Is it like an electromagnetic spiritual? You know. What does it say in the Bible? You know, God's handiwork. You know what I mean, or something like that. However it came to be, you know, what it is, it's, you know, it's a masterpiece, right?
Yeah, let's read this. What is taking place politically is what is taking place spiritually above. As above, so below. Shout out to those who see spiritually. There is a much, much bigger picture. Yeah, this just is weird. What's taking place politically down here is what's going on up above. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, what does that mean? Because then if you look at my comment, look what he says, he sort of agrees with me. He does agree with me.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you think about
this
that?
is kind of just weirding me out. Like I thought he would be more about like the stars affecting events or something like that. But this is just a weird. Like he's saying what's going on politically down below is what's affecting above. It's taking place spiritually above. So I don't know if it's like some reversal of that or what's going on here.
If you see what I said, right, and pretty much I'm just saying that they're all fucking on the same team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he says they were all partying up on the same island. So he must be saying something like. I almost feel like he's saying. I wonder if he's trying to say that there's some type of spiritual battle going on within politics, on a higher level that we're not seeing. That is also reflective of what's going on down here with this rigged politics. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been saying for a long time. I feel like there's a spiritual warfare at play here. Maybe that's what he's referring to. There's a spiritual warfare, and what's going on at the higher realms is down here. That's why these people are acting certain ways, and maybe at the higher realms there's a similar scenario playing out where there's a lot of people trying to manipulate or I wouldn't say people, like, you know, energies or, you know, other beings, you know. I don't know, but anyhow, he used to be really religious. And like real into like preaching Christianity and all that, and he changed almost like Santos Bonacci. Very similar. Like Santos Bonacci was all into this astrology, and he went to flat Earth, and fucking everyone thought he was nuts, you know.
Yeah.
Yo, Santos Bonacci's. I tell you that's one of the guys that I really like looked at as being like wow, guys, it's insanity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, astrology is real deep though, dude. I'll tell you, like when you really start digging into astrology, you really do come across some stuff. You're like, holy shit! That's why that JP Morgan thing I sent you. You know, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. You know,
that's right.
And dude, there's a lot of people I know, like who, like on YouTube, that like there's an old world Florida. He's a flat Earth guy. He believes in astrology. He talks about it a lot, you know, and you know, astrology was like the oldest science at one point. You know, it is the oldest science when it was taught correctly.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with how manipulated everything has been, it's like what is being like like it's like how to understand things, you know.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, man. I like researching it, and studying it a little bit though, and learning it. And you know what, dude? It's very easy. I can't really. It's hard for me to research other people. I can look at other people's things, but some people are delusional in who they really are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I can look at my placements, or I can read something about my astrology, and I can see how it correlates with me if I'm honest with myself. And a lot of it makes sense. Some people, you could say, some people are like, well, it says this about you, and they're like, that's not me. But is it you? And this in the society you've grown up in, it's not you. Like, on a deep level, is this actually you? And I feel like some people can't be real with themselves. You know what I mean? Like, if something says, oh, well, this person is probably have a harder time with relationships. They have problems with being committed. They might go, I'm not like that. I could easily get committed. Yeah, like. But are you being real with yourself, or are you just telling yourself what you want to hear? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Depends. You got those devil advocate people. I've dealt with people like that. I feel like they're like the people in the modern day debate server. They can't be honest. No, people. I'm guilty of it. Sometimes, dude, I try to be well researched, but sometimes, dude, I'll just, you got that coping. I don't try to do that. I really, you don't like being wrong. You don't like doing that. I try to keep an open mind the best to my ability, too. But these guys, like, when you got those dishonest guys, like, it's like these guys will do anything and they're not honest. So it kind of just puts you down to their level. And that's the problem that you'll have if you talk to these guys. It's like, in this instance, astrology and doing people's charts. They'll just straight up lie.
That's why it's good to learn yourself, and then you become your own teacher. You know what I mean? Or someone who's reliable. Something like that. You meet someone. But I'm learning a little bit more. Like I study a little bit of it, and I learn a little bit of it, and I'm starting to realize more and more. Like, bro, listen, my whole chart is filled with spiritual, delusional, just emotional sensitivity, just a lot of things that in my life that I'm like I am like I could see my whole charts filled with this very almost this holy shit, is this guy gonna be a fucking mental patient or is he gonna be a guru? That's really what I fucking feel like I look at my chart. Like where am I gonna end up, dude? Is he gonna be the fucking? Is he gonna be this? Is he gonna be that? Is he gonna be the fucking the hero or the villain? Is he gonna be the fucking? Is he gonna be the fucking? The drunk or the fucking or the sage. You know what I mean? Like it's my whole chart is filled with a lot of yin and yang. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's real weird. It's like I see that in my chart. It's very up and down and left and right.
Chicken.
You know what I mean? Who's this guy?
Oh.
You heard that guy? Who's that?
That was Crimson Chin. He's a long-time friend.
Oh, Crimson Chin. What do you say, chicken?
I'm not sure. I had a conversation with him, like a really...
weird fucking voice.
Yeah, he does weird voices. I don't know why, but... Like, I had a conversation with him one time about, we were talking about, like, the New World Order. He talked about Aldous Huxley's book, Brave New World. He also talked about, I think, how he grew up in a like a Masonic school, because he was talking about with me how he grew up in this school where he had a it was like Masonic. You had these Masonic symbols. Yeah, he was pretty interesting. I saved the recording too. I think it was like a year old though, so it was in the old server, the old there was a server, Bill Cooper server. The and the owner of that server joined my server a couple days ago, and he kept
He got rid
joining.
of the server?
What'd you say?
He got rid of the server?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard it, but the FBI came to his house or workplace.
For what?
So apparently, Sirius Morningstar did that. Sirius Morningstar somehow, I don't know, reported the server or did something, because Cosmic, it was like a month ago, he was talking about it with one of the other people here. And what Cosmic said was that Sirius Morningstar, he texted him, and Sirius was like, alright, so what if I did that? Like basically admitting to doing that.
Yo, what did he get him? What is it? Nothing happened of it, right? What came of it?
I guess they just questioned him about the server, but I guess nothing really happened. And I asked them in DMs a couple days ago, I was like, are you going to make another server? He was like, nah, it's too risky.
Yo, what was being said in that server?
So it was just like what we're talking about now, but I really don't know, because I asked the same question. I was like, because I was like, what was said, or what happened, and someone, I can't remember if it was Cosmic or another person, they were like, I guess something got posted that wasn't supposed to be posted, or something, because basically that whole server, we were exposing like Freemasons. We would go into religious talks and flat Earth and stuff like that, just like what we're talking about now, basically. So I really don't know, dude.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Honestly, dude, I think we're all watched. Let me tell you something. We're all watched, bro. There's no doubt in my mind that you're watched. I know I'm watched. And you're watched because... I believe you're watched because your headlights are on.
2024.
Huh?
I'm just seeing this, seeing if I have this thing, because I know I did a call with him one time. I have it here, I have it saved somewhere, but I'm not gonna watch it or anything. But
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, some of these guys, it's weird. They like stuff. They rather sit outside and they come in, they make a noise, they don't even talk. I don't get it. Is that weird to you, dude?
Yeah, it's not like yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not like it's not like we're bad people, you know? It's not like we're gonna...
No, but what is it that make these people, like how many people actually hop into these chats? Like, I notice people online that are online and shit sometimes. What is it that make them, like, what is it that make them not like join? I don't get it. Like I don't understand. I don't understand that, dude. I haven't seen Moxley join yet.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I pissed him off or, I mean, I don't know what I did. I got banned from the Jamora server, or I don't know if it's because of the Trump stuff or what it is that he doesn't.
I'm still in that server.
Because we would, like he used to join. He at least joined twice, like 2 months ago. Now I don't even know.
It's weird to me, dude. Like, you know what, dude? It's not only your server, dude. I even got like, bro. Let me tell you something, dude. I'm in a couple of different things that even when I go to these other servers that have a lot of people, I very rarely I see some people talking. I don't know, like, dude. But then I go to like a karaoke server, right? And I see tons of people in there singing. Like in groups singing, dude. Like, I almost feel like these servers are filled with people who fucking are gatekeepers or spies, dude.
Absolutely.
How many people, 88 people in your server. How many of these people you think are 100% legit?
Yeah, I think a lot of them. I called out one of them before. But he was like, no, I'm in a breakup. I'm depressed. I talked a little bit.
Dude, you have 88 people, alright, and I'm not sure I haven't been really, like, on this as much on the Discord because I lost my phone. Or it broke. But just when I look, dude, I see the same people usually talking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of them are just a lot of them a couple of them are from other servers I'm in, but a lot of them are I feel like are just spies. Yeah.
What'd you say? Because I heard their feelings because I said that Jesus Christ is Lucifer. I think they could try to ban me too because they would say to me, "Don't say that. Put that in religion." Then minutes or so later, people would reply to me, and the mods wouldn't say anything to them. What did you mean by that? Jesus Christ is Lucifer.
So I'm basically talking about from like a esoteric point of view, like not the traditional point of view. I think I explained it. I don't know if I explained it to you when I was texting you. It's basically like, so people will say, like, if you're a traditional person, you might look at Lucifer like it's bad. But from a more esoteric, spiritual, it can be, depending on the context, it can be both. So Lucifer can be like, it can be Jesus Christ in the highest form or Satan in the lowest form, depending on the context that you are like and what you're talking about. So there's something called
Jesus Christ. Lucifer could be Jesus Christ in the highest form.
Yeah, it just depends. It can be the false light or it can be the good light because Lucifer means light bearer. So you got, and this is just like my own research from what I've researched and dug up and read about. So, because if you're a traditional Christian, like a church-going Christian, you're not going to accept this. You're going to think I'm a Satanist, evil person. So, I don't want to make you mad or anything, so I'm just trying to explain this.
Man, you ain't making me mad, dude. You ain't making me mad, dude. Don't worry about my feelings. I'm fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, you just got, because Lucifer, it means light bearer in Latin.
Okay.
So, and the light, well, that can be deception in one sense, like, because light, it can mean knowledge in a sense, and depending on that knowledge, you can use it for false, the bad, or you can use that knowledge for good. And so, it's basically, it's in a sense archetypal. and in another sense, Lucifer can also be real, because think about it like Jesus and Satan in the desert. This is a metaphor for the higher self and the lower self. And Lucifer can be not, it can be Satan in the lowest form and Jesus Christ in the highest form, depending on the context and what we're talking about.
You're trying to say that pretty much would you say that humans, all humans is the same way? When we act out of our lowest form, it could be out of ego and out of like what they promote pretty much in this realm, and so we'd be considered some type of form of a devil, but in our highest form, that's when you hit like Christ consciousness, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So you're pretty much just going with like vibrational, like vibration, like we're pretty much you're flowing at a vibrational level, more or less.
Yeah.
Like if you choose to resonate with the lowest of yourself, you're pretty much that of the ego, you're that of self worth, and all the things we talk about, lust, vanity, and all that stuff. And then you ascend that, you're pretty much operating at a higher consciousness out of love. And pretty much you're saying that because what Lucifer means, bringer of light, you're saying that could either be looked at as a higher, like pretty much just the word could be looked at as a higher form of humanity or a lower form, depending on where you fall on your actions in this human body, correct?
Yeah, so when you got like these, like Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, how it talks about Lucifer being like the god of Freemasonry or whatever, it's you can interpret that two ways. So these guys, okay, so you got these moral teachings and esoteric teachings, and they can be good, but what are they? What are these Freemasons? What are they? Good people? Well, not typically, not usually, because, well, they're secular humanists. That's their religion, basically. So they'll think that they're God Almighty. Like so they're not worshiping God. They basically are God, as in, not in like the divine sense, but as in, you can think of what a lot of politics is today, like how that's the supreme authority, like how they think they're God. That's how like a lot of these Freemasons think that they are. They think that they're God Almighty.
Okay, so
from like an atheistic point of view,
I'll tell you where I agree with you and where I don't agree with you. So I don't know the whole Lucifer is Jesus thing, right? Or not. Like I don't know. I get it somewhat, but not really, because I feel like if you operate at the highest level, then you could be considered Jesus. If you operate at a lower level, maybe you can be considered Lucifer, because Lucifer pretty much he rebelled against the divine, and he came down here, right, to this ego, to this world that was more about and this world is pretty much hijacked now to like be this egotistical, materialistic world. So if you're living like that, this is pretty much a world, that Lucifer wants, right? So if you're operating within the confines of this world, that would be, how Lucifer wants it. But if you're operating on a Christ consciousness, then that would mean you're operating more in a Jesus-like, right? But I will tell you this. I go back to this fucking song, okay, by Supertramp. And in the song, at the end where it says, what's the story? There's you and there's me. And this is heaven and hell, the same thing, the same fucking lyrics, very similar. So it goes back to the same type of reference. It's referencing back to us. It always references back to us in a subliminal way. We're holding the key here, and we don't even know it. And we can either choose to go in door 1 or door 2.
Yeah, people like they say they like to like the traditional Christians. They'll say like Lucifer fell down from heaven because of pride. Basically, I look at this as so Lucifer represents the light, and what is our soul? It comes from the light, and it comes down from heaven. I just find that as like a incarnation, as the soul coming down from heaven, and this parallels with the Gospels and the word meaning sound, frequency, the soul coming down, being made flesh in the body. That's just kind of how I see that as the Lucifer coming down from heaven.
And then you pretty much look at it as Lucifer rising up up the spinal cord to become fucking pretty much Christ consciousness.
Yeah, that's basically how I see it. I know that's kind of like now that's weird. It's kind of
I'm 50. Like I'm like I said, I'm 50-50 on anything. I'm open to a lot of different things. I just know that a lot of the secrets that we seek outside of ourselves are within ourselves. I know that for sure. Because so much of this music lyrics that I come across from the 70s and 80s, I don't look as much now. It indicates from these artists who are on the world stage saying these certain things that just don't make sense. It just don't make sense, and it goes right back to the same thing over and over. It's you and there's me. Oh no, what's a story that can't be? But there's you and there's me. And they're trying to say if you're acting out of ego and on a lower vibrational pull, you're pretty much feeding this society, this realm, and the ego, and and this is who you are. This is what's going on. And if you choose to fucking live in love and divinity, you will, ascend into a higher consciousness and, be part of the greater collective consciousness. I think this is what it's all about. I think that's what they try telling you. But the thing is, there are groups that are working with things that we don't have access to, or we don't have knowledge to have access to. And that's where the thing is, there's certain groups that are definitely doing this, as we know.
Yeah, and to get into even a deeper point of view, if we want to talk about the cosmos, you can also say Lucifer represents the sun too, because the sun being the light, and then it falls down, as in it sets from heaven. I mean that's probably out of context, but bunch of stuff here going on.
What do you say?
I am not sure. What'd you say, Crimson Chin?
I said it's so Jesus though.
You hearing him? I don't know if he said something pretty crazy, I think.
No, I said so could Jesus.
Oh.
Because he's the son.
I think depending where you're standing from and your perspective, you could interchange a lot of things. That's why all this knowledge is kept from us, so it's all just theory.
All right. Yeah, there's you remember that thing you posted on Facebook to me? It was about the temple or the pyramid, and it has these 2 windows or 2 doors or 3 doors actually, and then it also had the Leonardo da Vinci painting.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
You're talking about what are you talking about, the album cover?
No, there was something you posted. It was three pyramids with the three. They all had these three windows or three doors, and then
and then the Last Supper had the three windows behind it, right?
yeah, that kind of reminds me of like it's basically like the sun going through like the windows on the sides being the equinoxes, because on the left side of the table you have spring, which would be the spring equinox. On the right side you got the fall equinox, and then in the middle would be the solstice where Jesus sits, and that's like, representation of the sun. Leonardo da Vinci encoded it as the sun in the middle. That's basically what all those are representing, those three doorways or three windows on those pyramids. I texted you that before, though. And
so the windows represent the. Say it one more time.
Yeah, they basically. Let's actually look up Leonardo da Vinci. They had these on the temple or pyramids too. These three windows. So Santos Bonacci goes over this. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. Just look up Last Supper astrology.
I've definitely seen it before, I believe, on different things. Just trying to. My mind is so filled with different opinions from different people. My own experiences.
Yeah. So the left side we have the spring. That would be the spring equinox on that left window. The right window, that's going to be the fall equinox. And then in the middle, you got the solstices.
Okay.
And you can just remember this as like, what the cross, the solstice down the middle, Jesus is, sun in the middle. It's just parallel. While you got the windows on the sides like a cross. Left side. And you can tell the left side is spring too, because you got the head to start off with, which is a representation of Aries, March, and then you got April, May, Gemini with the hands hold up. You got someone pointing at Virgo at the neck because it's like no Adam's apple. It's a girl. And then one apostle has a knife for Cancer, the crab. That's why the point, the knife. And then on the left side on the right side you have this person holding up the index finger, which would be in the shape of a J for Judas, which would be Scorpio. I forget which month that's in, but
now it's Sagittarius, the next one. That'd be a centaur.
And then you got
that's showing.
And then you got Libra right next to Scorpio, holding up his hands in balance. And then you got the apostle at the end of the table holding his two hands out for like the two fish, basically.
Was that the Last Supper you're looking at?
Yeah.
Who would represent Sagittarius?
Sagittarius? It's one of the three on the side. I can't. Oh man, I'm not too good with Sagittarius though. Honestly, it's one. It was
centaur, half man, half horse.
I'd probably have to go watch Santos and view on it again because I know it's.
Let me see this. Wait, you pull it up. Pull up the picture. Did you pull it up?
You want me to stream?
Just let me see the picture. Or send it to me, either or.
Yeah, it's in the general chat.
Okay. General chat. Let me see here. Okay.
It's not the
I
best.
got this on my. I got this on my. I got this on my. The guy in the blue is a Sagittarius.
Okay.
To the right that's who would be Sagittarius. I don't even have to look any further. Is that the way it's going?
Here's a bet.
Sagittarius is the ninth sign. That guy's in the ninth position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know. That looks weird. Like, what is that I'm seeing right there? Is that 2 people?
Now I did. I sent a new picture. This will help.
They're saying that's Capricorn. What are they saying Sagittarius is? That Sagittarius? That guy looks like Sagittarius. The guy with the Capricorn. He looks like he's holding a bow. Why would that be Capricorn? And why would that be Pisces? Aquarius, Pisces, Sagittarius. Why is that Sagittarius? Winter. Elbow to elbow.
Yeah, I'd probably have to watch Santos Bonacci's interpretation. I get some of it, though. Like, I get probably like 50, or not 50, but most of it.
Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Okay, so they ain't doing nothing, though, to say that they're, there's nothing, I don't see that they're doing it. If Santos is pulling something out of his ass and say they're doing something to,
Really?
yeah, I don't see them. What's the Sagittarius guy doing? Sagittarius is an archer, it's a centaur. What the fuck is? What is that guy doing that would indicate that he's a centaur?
Maybe, I don't know if it's like pointing. He does point at his heart, maybe, but I don't know. I can't really see anything.
I don't know, I'd have to see it. See what it. Why is Leo is a fire sign? I don't see the Leo guy doing anything. Holy Trinity. Virgo, the only female in the zodiac. Interesting. Yeah, so what does that represent?
The three doors.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll explain it again. So the left side, that's gonna be.
No, you told me the winter solstice, right? I know, but I'm saying, do you feel like that's what it means? You think that's genuinely what it means?
Yeah. If you look at the Last Supper, it hints at it. Like, if you look at the seasons and how they align.
In the Last Supper, between those, if you look to the right of that last picture and the left on all the pictures, you did also 3 of those windows to the right and the left. Do you notice that?
Yeah, I do. It's weird. Now there's this guy. He goes over this too. I can't remember his name, but there's a guy on Gaia who goes over this picture in depth too. His name is like Robert Gilbert, or not Robert Gilbert. I can't remember his name, but he has a show going over all this symbolism. It's like it's weird because you're in this square room. You got like a square tile ceiling.
Yo, why does the Leo guy have a knife in his hand, dude?
Oh, I think that's like hinting towards. Usually, I thought it was it's for cancer. I remember Santos saying something about that, like cancer, the crab being pointy. I mean, you could justify it being Leo too because of the tiger, if you wanted.
Well, Leo's holding a knife.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
Huh. That's interesting right there.
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci encoded a lot of symbolism in this. Some symbolism is probably deeper than what I can go though, just at a glance. I know the basics, but to go deeper is like you gotta study this stuff deeper.
When I look at this, I'll tell you what, man. It looks to me like the Leo guy is trying to get close to Jesus. And he's trying to persuade Mother Mary, that's who that is, I'm assuming, right? To let him close. And then you have, because look at the fucking face on Libra, on Scorpio, and on Sagittarius. They're all like whoa, what's going on here? And look at the hand symbol on Jesus, dude. One hand's down, one hand's up, just like the Baphomet. You see that?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
I'm guessing it's rise and fall. Rising in the summer and then falling in the winter.
A lot of interchangeable things that you see in some of these satanic images, right? It's like they use the images differently. And then if you go down, let me tell you something. If you know a little bit about astrology, I can give you some stuff though. So on the right, okay, Pisces is at the tail end. It's the 12th sign. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's my moon sign. Pisces are hot. They consider Pisces like one of the most spiritual signs. It's at the end of the zodiac. They feel like it's like they've been through everything. You know, that's why if you look at these two guys, these two guys are looking. They're the only like this guy in Pisces saying, "Yo, what do we do about this?" You see this? I'm fucking talking like crazy here, but look, they're looking at him like, "Yo, what do we do about this?" And he's like, "I don't know what to tell you." You know what I mean? Like they're looking at him though for answers. You see it? They're looking at him for answers. They're like, "Yo, what's going on here?" And they're looking at him because he must be like the wise man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's been through all. So I ask him like, "Yo, what's going on here?" Sagittarius, Libra is the justice guy. So even though his hands are up, I look at it more on his face, like, whoa, this can't happen here. And then Scorpio's almost looking like he's like, "Yeah, you come over here and do that to me." Like he's almost fucking this Scorpio because he's like they usually say Scorpio's always on edge. like on Edge, they're always looking for like they say that they're very secretive and revengeful.
Yeah.
But if you look at the left and the right, it really is like. Look, Taurus has his hand on Leo. Leo is talking to Virgo, and then Holy Trinity, and then the Sun and the Summer, and then Libra. So it looks. I'm a Sagittarius. I still don't know what Sagittarius. Besides that picture of someone looking slightly like a horse, like I don't see what they're. I'm trying to look at the graphic very clearly. I don't. The only thing I could see in that picture is that hand that looks like a fucking. Doesn't look right. It looks like a hoof. Fucking. That's really all I could see in that. Like I don't really see anything that. Just looks to me like But it definitely looks weird. It just definitely looks weird. It totally looks weird. Like all these pictures, the things. They're looking at the Pisces guy. Like, what do we do about this? It's.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really know. And that whole thing with the windows means this, and this. It's just. Trying to figure it out. And if you look outside those windows, right? You see something here. You see this one. See, this one looks a little different. What's the original look like? Let me see what the original looks like here. I'm curious. Because there's a lot of duplicates. Original. Last Supper. Images. Alright, alright, this is the one I remember right here where this guy looks like real pissed off. Okay. Okay, this is a good one. Alright, this one's clear right here. Okay. Jesus' hands are the same. Right's up. It's very interesting to me that Baphomet has that same like that up and down thing. It's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out, dude. I've never even heard of that before.
Yeah, I never looked deep enough into these things, but I'm looking right now.
If you do notice the right hand, like summer, spring, you can interpret that as like, the sun going up, and then the left hand is obviously pointed down, and that's like fall and winter. So you got like that birth and death and duality.
What Leo's doing something here. I don't like that. That's something real to that right there. I wonder what does Santos say about that. Leo's got that knife in his hand, like he's formulating an attack.
Yeah, Santos, from what I remember, he says like Leo points to Virgo for like the no Adam's apple, like this is a female, and so that's just like obviously the next sign of the zodiac. Just a little sign like, hey, this is Virgo. The girl.
No Adam's apples. Apple. Eating the forbidden fruit. Apple. Okay. Let's get my mind running here. Do this late at night. You see this real quick. Look at this Scorpio like fucking antagonizing him. You see that?
Yeah.
The picture I'm looking at is real clear. It's the Leonardo da Vinci one, I believe.
Yeah, Scorpio is Santos says that's Judas because Scorpio holds his hand up, index finger up. It would be a J. In other images, it's like a J. It might just be straight though. But I remember.
So when I look at this, look very close at this. Looking at the symbolism on the art, on the woodwork. Looking at the feet. Yeah, it looks like to me like fucking Pisces guy is definitely they're asking the Pisces guys, they're definitely looking for his knowledge. See that though? That's clear as day. And the Aries guy's definitely fired up at the end. I always thought that was Judas at the end, you know that?
Mm.
But now that it's put in astrological terms, it's very interesting, man. It's a very interesting picture. You know what's crazy? I got this on my altar over here, a statue of this.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I do. It's like this one's like closer up. This one's woodwork looks a little bit. What's that? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm trying to like.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm probably gonna call it here though, Joe.
Yeah, see you later, Evan. I'll be looking at this for a little bit.
It was nice talking to you. I appreciate all the chat. Yeah, it's a pretty good chat, so.
Yeah, you too, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yep. I'll see you tomorrow.
Later, pal.
All right. This stream was fake, edited, and scripted, lied to about, and yeah. So I hope you all enjoyed this live stream. It was